Good evening, everyone, and welcome. Today is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Scarborough Town Council. Today is Wednesday, July 16th, 2025, and it is 6 p.m. If you could please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag, States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item number 3 this evening on our agenda is the swearing in of our new councillor-elect, Larry Kane. I will turn it over to the town clerk.
Please raise your right hand. I, please state your name, do solemnly swear
I, Larry Kane, do solemnly swear
that I'll support the Constitution of the United States
that I'll support the Constitution of the United States
and of this state,
and of this state
as long as I shall
as long as I shall
continue a citizen thereof.
continue a citizen thereof.
I, please state your name, do swear
I, Larry Kane, do swear
that I'll faithfully discharge,
that I'll faithfully discharge
to the best of my abilities,
to the best of my abilities
the duties incumbent upon me
the duties incumbent upon me
as a member of the Scarborough Town Council,
as a member of the Scarborough Town Council,
according to the Constitution and laws of the state
according to the Constitution and laws of the state
and the Charter of the Town of Scarborough.
and the Charter of the Town of Scarborough.
Welcome, Larry.
Okay.
Item 4 is roll call. Kristen.
Counselor Doherty,
Here.
Counselor Kane,
Here.
Counselor Shoup,
Here.
Counselor Donovan,
Here.
Counselor Fellows,
Here.
Counselor Anderson,
Here.
Chair Seither.
Here. Item 5 on our agenda this evening, is general public comment. At this time, I will open up for residents wishing to make public comment this evening on something that is not on our agenda. This evening, we do have a very special guest with us, and so I will give her the first opportunity for public comment this evening, Ms. Cross.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. My name is Callista Cross, and I'm from Cornish, Maine. And I've been doing this project, and this is why I'm here tonight, is to present the council and the town of Scarborough with this flag board, because you named a bridge after our veterans. And so this is my way of thanking you for doing this. And our friend who made this has made 19 other flag boards. And his name is Ed Carmo, and he lives up in Lincoln, Maine. And so he knows I'm coming tonight. And hopefully, if we have time, I can get a picture of you all together, because he likes pictures and he doesn't want anything from anybody but a card or a picture. So this is what we've been doing for the last year or so. And there's been 16 towns that have approved naming a bridge after our veterans. And so I'm pretty happy about that. And so I would like to present you with, hold on just a second. Sorry, I don't have a fancy bag that put in, it just seemed it's easier to take it out of these big black bags. So I'd like to present this to the council. And if it's all right, I'll approach so you see this. Ed does a really good job, and he has been really busy.
It's
I
beautiful.
keep him very busy.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Cross, for bringing this to us. Yep, and we'd be honored to take a picture.
Yeah, right in All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay, I have something else I have to speak to you, and I'd do it really quick because I know you've got a busy schedule. So coming back to the council, I'm a member of Honor Flight Maine. I've been with them for like 7 years. And I don't know if you know what they're all about, but we get veterans that go on a free trip to Washington DC for 3 days. And so I'd like to pass these out to. Oh, I got, oh, one of them. It's a Honor Flight Maine flyers. It has all the information on them, if you know any veteran that would like to go on a trip. Yeah, that one. So what I would like to do is ask you a favor again. And Tom and I have talked about this, and we're going to be staying in touch. But I've located another bridge in Scarborough. And because it's centrally located away from the busy city, and the town where I live in Cornish is kind of centralized. And so it gives everybody a chance to see it, not have to go through all the traffic. So I found a bridge in Scarborough, and the bridge number is 2614. And it has a name already. It's the Nonsuch River Bridge. And if you all approve of this, this is something that I've already gotten the okay from the board members on Honor Flight Maine, that we would like to name this bridge Honor Flight Maine Veterans Memorial Bridge. Thank you. And this bridge is located on Gorham, 1.7 miles on US 1, Route 114, and it's a concrete bridge. And it would really be nice to have the Honor Flight Maine Bridge name there. This started out in Maine with Dr. Earl Moss, and he had veterans that came. He lives in Vinyl Haven, Maine, and the veterans would go to him for help with the health issues. And so one day he asked the veteran if they were ever going to go to Washington, D.C. to see the memorials. And the veteran said, no, I can't afford to go there. Well, thank you for Earl Moss for starting this organization. And now every veteran that goes on this trip doesn't have to pay a cent. And Earl had another person that helped him out with this. And because of this, now Maine started this, and now that's all across the country. Different states have Honor Flight, whatever their state is. And so I would think it would be really nice if we got this bridge approved here in Scarborough, that we could be the first one to name the bridge after Honor Flight Maine. And maybe this would spread across the country, but it would be the first one starting in Scarborough. So, okay. And also Senator Jim Libby, I don't know if you know him, he has helped me get 8 bridges passed through the Transportation Center this year. He's going to be helping me with this, and he's very proud and happy that I'm over here talking to you tonight about this. And so he will be helping me with this, however it goes, and of course we hope it goes. And also the chairperson of the Transportation Committee, before you sent a letter to Senator Ben Chipman, but because he had to step down because of term limits. So now it's Senator Tim Nango, and he's very nice, just like Ben. So they'll be working with me on this. Plus I have a few other bridges that I hope to pass before 2026 comes. So this bridge, it will, I hope if it does pass, and I'm going to think positive, that we have another flight going out in September, and there'll be 75 veterans that will be going on the trip from the Jetport in Portland. And so if this is approved by your council, hopefully, this will be announced to the veterans, so they'll know that an Honor Flight Main Bridge is being named here in Scarborough after them. So I guess I don't have anything else to say if anybody's got any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cross. We appreciate you bringing this to the council.
Okay,
I'll be
So-
pleased to be in touch with you. We'll talk further. Okay.
okay. Thank you very much, and thank you for having me again.
Thank you. I will return to general public comment. Any members of the public wishing to make some comment on something that is not on our agenda, now is the time to please approach the podium. Welcome, Mr. Hayes.
Thank you. Richard Hayes, Martin Avenue, and I apologize, I can't outdo that previous lady. I just basically have a question. At last night's meeting, there was a statement made that people building the Marsh View project have nothing to do with the city of South Portland. I looked today on their website, and South Portland Housing Authority and South Portland Development Corporation have the exact same address. To me, that says they have some connection to each other. I just think that should be clarified. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm happy to bring that up during our discussion later this evening. That came to my attention earlier today, too. Anyone else wishing to make general public comment this evening?
I'm Paul Kirby, live down in Pine Point, on Granite Street. And, I'm representing a lot of people down there that live on or close by East Grand Raceway, Avenue, okay? Tom Hall told me before the meeting that we were gonna have a meeting down at the fire barn down the street about this issue. So I'm not gonna put it all out here tonight, but, this is my 23rd summer here, and the cars and the motorcycles are getting faster and louder. And, they wake me up every night. And also many of the other people, I'm representing a lot of people, let me tell you, and I think a lot of people are, I don't know, too shy to get up and let other people know their issues, so that's all I have to say. But thank you, Tom, for letting me know about that meeting on the 29th. That'll be good.
Well done. That was a minute, 5 seconds. Well done, Paul.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Anyone else wishing to make general public comment? Do we have anyone online? Seeing none, I will close general public comment. Item 6 is the minutes from our June 18th, 2025 Town Council meeting. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Show that is unanimous. Item 7 is adjustments to the agenda. I do have one adjustment to the agenda that I would like to propose this evening. I would like to move order number 25-074 to the top of our new business and have it appear above order number 25-069. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? We have a very special guest joining us, and I'm trying to time it so that they will be here roughly around the time that we take it up. Okay. I'm going to do my best. All right. All those in favor? Show that is unanimous. Thank you. Are there any other adjustments to the agenda this evening? Seeing none. Item 8 is items to be signed treasurer's warrants. I did take care of those just in the nick of time. And item 9 is the town manager's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll move fairly quickly through this. The Eastern Trail project, very pleased to announce that they're well under construction. We had no doubt with Shaw Brothers being the general contractor. They really have made tremendous strides in a short bit of time. In spite of their starting and showing great progress, we do want to celebrate the event and have a groundbreaking ceremony that is scheduled for July 24th at 10 a.m. you should have all received an invite, I hope. I know Council Chair Seither is going to take part of that. Very pleased to recognize the donors and all the participants. This is a 10-year project or longer, so I think it is important just to take a moment, a breath to recognize the accomplishment. And I can't wait for the ribbon cutting to get the thing open. With respect to Scotto Hill Road closure, just want to keep the council and the public advised. You may recall, we've had failure of several culverts in the area of Flaherty's Farm, right by their retail store. Angela and the Public Works Director has met with the regulatory agencies on site, and we've been advised that we cannot do any work due to the nature of that stream, it being tidal and some fish habitat, I believe. We can't do any work until November. So in the interim, we have been working with our engineering companies to understand what does that fix look like. And it's about an $825,000 estimate. Essentially, it would be 2 concrete box culverts would go in place of the corrugated metal culverts that exist, and then full road restoration, of course. The other option that we're at least exploring is a thought to just continue that portion of the road. And so Scotto Hill Road would not be a through road. And that's a fairly dramatic option, but nonetheless, we have the time to study it. There are some important considerations. We all appreciate traffic in this community. Removing, even a single, seemingly back road will make a difference somewhere else. And so that is certainly not lost on us. Beyond that, there's some historic significance of Scotty Hill Road that I think we need to know more about and respect. So I just wanted people to appreciate that that's part of what the evaluation we're undergoing is right now. Also in the vein of traffic, there's a 4-way stop that will be installed, and this is at Broad Turn Road and Burnham Road. This is an area that has been a high crash location for decades, frankly. There have been a number of, I think, fatalities through the years. This is a DOT initiative. There's a graphic in the packet online as well that just simply shows what that will look like. There'll be some advanced warning because it is a dramatically different traffic pattern, particularly for those on Broad Turn Road. For anyone that's traveled that stretch, it's not uncomfortable to be going 45 or 50 through that intersection right now. So it'll take some time getting used to, but I think it's long overdue and dearly needed. Also regarding traffic, in terms of traffic calming initiatives, our staff committee has been very busy processing applications. Just today, I think we sent out 80 postcards to the Maple Avenue neighborhood. This is for installation of a second speed table. And as you may recall, we do survey the community before we move forward with permit installation. So we'll report back the results. I believe that's open for a month or so. 2 weeks, I'm told. So these folks have been very interested and engaged, so I expect they will provide their comments timely. We're also moving forward with replacement of the school warning flashers, both at Blue Point School and Pleasant Hill School. Very pleased to mention that. And we've purchased and are using throughout the town portable speed signs. These will be deployed based on feedback and input we receive through our traffic calming policy. And so that you'll start to see those pop up around town at various locations. In terms of transit, I just wanted to update the council. I did have a follow-up meeting with Metro. We've agreed on kind of basic terms that are in keeping with what we discussed at the workshop. The next step is to secure some initial DOT funding. And I've had conversations with them. Everything does look positive in that regard. Please recall our timeline was to move forward with something by the first of the year. And I think we're kind of well on our way to moving in that direction. So we'll continue to keep you updated. A couple of housekeeping things. Just please recall Summerfest is August 15th this year, right behind us. We have reserved a table for council. I believe Council Anderson will be heading that effort up and recruiting volunteers. So you've been warned. Also in the same theme, I guess, it is National Park and Recreation Month this month, and Community Service has a full slate of activities. Really impressed with the sort of effort they put forth and the programming that they roll out all the time, but in particular this month, they really have seemed to step it up. As was mentioned from the podium, we will be convening a neighborhood meeting. This is regarding the East Grand Avenue Road project. This is a project that has been in conversation for 4 or 5 years, and we're kind of picking it back up where we left it off. I do expect that some of the similar comments that we heard from the podium will come up in the course of that conversation, and that's what we're looking to engage, is to really understand what the issues are, what the needs are. This really considers a fairly major, very major reconstruction of that stretch of road and sidewalk. So there's an opportunity to do some improvements. That will be July 29th at Engine 4, the Pine Point Station at 5:30. Normally, Norm Kildow would be here before you presenting quarterly financial reports. He's not here. They are in your packet. We're certainly pleased to do those and have him present in person, but I beg your indulgence. This month, he's not able to be here. He advised me to simply advise that we're on track. I think that's typically what but things do look good. And our auditors have already been doing some of the initial field work. Last housekeeping matter, the basketball courts across the library. This is a project that you approved through last budget. A full reconstruction of the basketball courts will start late this month in July and continue through early to mid-September at the latest. So those courts will be off limits. We've done social media announcements, and we'll certainly have postings around the construction area. A final note would be to introduce Autumn Spear. Autumn is appearing before you this evening as Director of Planning, but really to report on our experience over the last 12 months as regards the rate of growth process. As you may recall, there are built-in annual report requirements. There's also, we've also reached a kind of a critical milestone where the council is to kind of evaluate how it's been since its inception and whether any changes are appropriate at this point. So with that, I would like to cede my time to Autumn, if you'll allow.
Thank you, Tom. Good evening. So this will be our second growth report since we put this into place. This current ordinance that we have, Chapter 413, went into effect July 1st, 2023. And this ordinance divided our town into 3 distinct areas, Area 1, Area 2, and Area 3. And we also have a townwide affordable pool. Our code office maintains a online listing of this, so you can go on at any time on our website and find up-to-date numbers. State law requires that we do a review and recalculation every 3 years. So this is technically our biennial report where we review where we are 2 years in, and we would normally set the numbers for the next 3 years. So this one's a bit longer than our report from last year. But what I'll do is just go through where we are in each area and then answer any questions that you have. And then we'll talk about what the next 3 years might look like. Area 1 is the area that is our rural farming, our residential districts. We only permit 25 permits per year. It re-ups every July. And you can see by the chart that we run out in April. And then in July, there's often a run on the permits, if you will. So we've already gone through for this new fiscal year 10 in July. So I have 15 left till next July. And I think that's the intention. I think this is working the way that it was meant to work. These are mostly single-family homes on single-family subdivisions. Area 2, that's all of our TVC districts, our village residential districts. So Dunstan Crossing, Eastern Village, those sorts of off Route 1 neighborhoods. The rate of growth ordinance is working well again. We do have quite a few left in this area. We are running a bit lower on the 3-bedroom allocation. We did have a significant jump in April of this year. As we put into place, we adopted the new building codes. So these were permits that we're trying to get ahead of that. So normally it's a pretty fluid mix of these. Area 3 is the Downs. And this one, the Downs and other areas also have the ability to get rate of growth permits granted when they have site plan approval. When we were going through this the first time, site plan approval, that gap between this approval and maybe not getting a building permit for up to 12 months was an issue for growth permits. So these permits, and there's more information in your packet, but some of them are just granted as site plan. So they're not actual building permits yet. So this is a townwide summary. The highlighted columns in yellow are where we are, what remains. So again, area 1, it starts over every year. So we have 25 starting July 1st. And like I said, we only have 15 left. Area 2, we have 101 of those left, and we could do 21 3-bedrooms. And this is through the end of June next year. Area 3, the Downs, has 126 left. They have capacity to do all of those as 3-bedroom. They have not used very many of their 3-bedroom allocation. And then we have 49 left in the townwide affordable pool. We've only given 51 to the 3I project, and that one's only gone through the site plan approval phase at this point. We do have a floating 5 that the zoning administrator can do for homes that are not in subdivisions. And so we start over every year with that as well. So we have 306 total that remain. And then that would be if everything was maxed out. And then we have 196 3-bedrooms that could be maxed out for the year. But this is where we have been for the past 2 years. We've been averaging around 250, not the 306. I suspect that Area 2 will have a significant number remaining. I don't have a lot in the pipeline to take those building permits or those growth permits. Area 3, the Downs will probably use most of those. And then Area 1 will use all 25. So as I mentioned, we have to calculate this every 3 years. The state requires that we look at our 10-year average and we add 5% to that, and that's our number, that's our minimum for the next period of 3 years. In addition, we also have to allocate 10% of that number for affordable housing. So this is where we were. This is the average that we used in 2022 was 213 plus the 5%, we got 224. And then this is how we applied it. We did give additional permits and rounded up, if you will, for simplified math. But we had 685 plus the 100 affordable. So that's what we've been working at with the last 2 years with 1 year to go. So our average at this point for 2027 through 2029, our 10-year average through 2024, including affordable units, is 237. And that is the way we did it the last time. We included the affordable in our overall average for a greater number. We could exclude them, and that would get you down to a 210 average for the last 10 years. And so 221 to 248 is sort of that magic number that you need per year. You can go up, but you at least have to have 221 per year per state law. And then you have to have 10% affordable as well. So these are the numbers that we are working with at this point. So based on that, the recommendations would basically be the far right, there's a minimum column, and then the middle column is sort of the maximum column that is using the same basis that we did prior to get to the number. So right now we have 785. And so we either have to have somewhere between 731. We could, of course, go up as high as we want, but 731 would be the starting point. And then if we use the same method as we did last time, we'd be around 819. And this is just a percentage of how that might look for each area. So, said all that, sounded great. I went on vacation and I came back and LD 1829 had been passed. And I knew it wasn't going to happen and what we'd come back to. But with this, LD 1829 has a lot of implications for the town, but one of the ones that is really pressing is it removes our ability to apply a rate of growth ordinance to areas outside of rural designations. So what that means is our area 1 has lots and lots of zoning, and all of those are not included in the rural designation. So this picture, this map is our comp plan. All of the light green, a lot of it you see west of the turnpike, then you see some around the beach communities, up in the northeast part of town. Our comprehensive plan mirrors our zoning map, so it's pretty easy to see. All of the light green is zoned RF. So the way the new law will go is written is that we can still apply a rate of growth to the light green. The dark green is resource protection, so we don't have to worry about that. But the light green is what we can still apply it to. But the yellow areas, the other zoning, we no longer have that ability. So with that said, there's a lot to be done with this. They will have rulemaking. There are some things in the language that are going to have to be straightened out. They've taken away the ability to put a rate of growth on the town as an entirety, but they've left some language about the calculation. So it makes me curious if I'm going to have to apply the greater number to the rural designation, or if we get to calculate it specifically. So there's a lot to learn about how it applies. But what it really means is our ability, my understanding is our ability to apply rate of growth ordinance to the majority of our town no longer will exist July 1st next year. And my recommendation is, of course, to continue as is and what we have approval to the end of the year. And then I will keep you apprised as I learn more information about this and as the rulemaking goes through. And if there's any question or if there's any changes or any extensions of time to comply. And then depending on those, I'd certainly like to have a workshop to talk about all of the other things and invite our town attorney as well. As I think all of the planners in the state are sort of trying to figure out what this means and how we apply it. There's a lot of different things, but then we'll have to come forward with some amendments in the future as well.
Autumn, when do you anticipate rulemaking? I'm not familiar with the process. When will we have some definitive answers on what they decide during
I would hope
rulemaking?
by the end of the summer, we would have at least some sort of time frame, but I haven't heard anything.
Okay. Does anyone have any general questions or specific questions to what Autumn presented? I know that there's a lot of information here and we could probably spend the next 2 hours discussing this as a council. But I think that that would be more appropriate for the workshop that Autumn is requesting. And so if you don't have specific questions, I'm going to kind of leave it at the presentation. Corey, go ahead.
Not really a question, but
Absolutely.
just for the benefit of the public, LD 1829 is a recently passed state law that was signed into law by the governor in Augusta. So that's, when we talk about 1829, it's a state law that really limits what municipalities can do to kind of manage growth. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Nope. Great. Thank you very much, Autumn. With that, is there any questions for Tom on the town manager's report before I move on? Seeing none. Item 10 is standing and special committee reports and liaison reports. John, do you mind getting us started?
Sure.
Thank you.
Most of what happened at our last finance committee is on today's agenda. So we reviewed the TIF and the CEA. So that'll be a big topic tonight. Other than that, I don't have any major updates.
Thank you. Bill?
Yes, the appointments committee report is on the agenda. Is that at the end of the,
Right?
is
we
that
read
the
names
intention?
in.
Is that the last item on the agenda?
Oh.
Or should I do that now?
Counselor Troop is saying read
That
it now. Thank you.
The appointments committee met on July 9th and voted to make the following recommendations for approval by the town council. For the Conservation Commission, appoint Kate Bordewis as a full voting member with a term to expire 2026. Crescentia Maurer as a full voting member with a term to expire 2027. Appoint Christine Lavery as first alternate with a term to expire 2026. And Creighton Silsby as second alternate with a term to expire 2027. For the Planning Board, appoint Tyler Davis as a first alternate with a term to expire 2027, and William Sedlak as second alternate with a term to expire 2026. And the third item taken up was the Scarborough Housing Alliance. Appoint Stephen Zamorowski as a full voting member with a term to expire 2025.
Great. Thank you, Bill. Any other committee reports?
The ordinance committee, I'll leave that to Chair Karen Shoup to report on that. SBAC 2 committee action is on the agenda, so I'll let it speak for itself at a later time.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Corey?
Thank you. Long Range Planning met this past Friday, the 11th. They provided some input and feedback on potential questions to be included in the community survey that'll be going out. And they also continued a sort of preliminary discussion around potentially revisiting the TVC zones. The planning board meets this coming Monday, the 21st at 6:30 here. And as part of my role with the firing range committee, I had the opportunity to go out with the experts on Monday and tag along for their annual safety inspections of Scarborough Fish and Game, which is a facility some may not know is almost 250 acres, very extensive. One of the leading ones in the state, if not the biggest. And a couple of smaller facilities as well. And I'm happy to report that everything checked out safely. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Corey. Nothing for me this evening, except to say that later on in the agenda, I will be officially appointing Counselor Kane to fill some vacancies on some committees that I have been sitting on for the past several months, and I'm very grateful to have you on board. Counselor Shoup.
Thank you. So the ordinance committee met last week. We had two big items before us. The first was the animal control ordinance, which we have decided to sort of table indefinitely. We're going to probably put some questions out in the town survey, get some more data, and then revisit it, I think, this winter and over the next coming year. And then we also had the short-term rental ordinance that came before us. That got stripped down a little bit, and we're going to have a registration process that's going to be coming back to the ordinance committee in September because we're not meeting in August. Is finance meeting? Yeah, so finance and neither ordinance is meeting in August, which is nice. And then I also just wanted to mention that we have another application for land bond funds for 60 acres on Beach Ridge Road that will be coming before the council hopefully next month.
Great. Thank you. Counselor Doherty. I did, just for tonight. I promise it'll be the last time.
Yeah, the Harbor Committee met, they were talking about new floats for the Pine Point Pier. I was kind of shocked at that. It seems like the pier is brand new, but again, I will reiterate that I used a float over at Ferry Beach that came from Pine Point. I used it for 30 more years over at Ferry Beach after they get done with it. I think we really should look at what they are. They were talking about doing the Ferry Beach floats, and those ones I'm very familiar with. The finger pier there, that is the useless piers, that's the little kids' play dock. It was, I think, state-funded money for commercial use, but it's really useless to me to use. And they replaced them. Again, it doesn't seem like that long ago. It may have been a while, but the first ones were not pressure treated, and they did rot, and they bad. So they replaced them, and this time they did it with pressure treated lumber and everything. They seem fine. They need a coat of paint. They look terrible, but structurally they're very sound. So as far as I'm concerned, they don't need to be replaced. But I don't know how this is all going to wash out, but I don't know who does the approvals of this or comes it before the council or not. But I mean, they threw out just for the, I think just Pine Point Pier, you know, it was $190,000 to do the floats. It's like, you know, it was like to them buying a pack of gum. So that's it for that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Scott. Our first order number tonight is order number 25-060 is a 6 p.m. public hearing and action on the renewal request for a special amusement permit from Jeff Garbandilla, doing business as Nonesuch River Brewing, located at 201 Gorham Road. This order was tabled from the June 18th, 2025 meeting.
I can provide a quick update. As I recall, the rationale for the tabling action was still working with the applicant to accomplish some site improvements really related to the new parking lot on the other side of the street. I'm very pleased to announce just this afternoon, we were able to verify that the crosswalk is in and all of the devices are functional. So that issue has now been resolved.
Perfect. Thank you. Is there anyone wishing to make public comment on this item? Seeing none, do I have a motion? Discussion. Yes.
Yeah, I think it's quite a burden to put on, and they have this new technology, these cross things, and it's a good thing. But there is a state law that you have to stop for pedestrians in the crosswalk. The one on Black Point Road works very well because it really gives a good signal and lets you know that there is because sometimes you just don't see them. But it does let them know. But to put that burden on a business to have to do that is a huge burden, and I don't think it's very fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor? Show that as unanimous. I'm sorry, Scott, I missed it. All those opposed? Okay. I'll show that as 6-1. Thank you. Sorry, I looked quick. Order number 25-065 is 6 PM public hearing and action on the new request for a mobile food vendor license from Scott Boldvik, doing business as Great Scots Mac Wagon, from Drew Guire, doing business as Giuseppe Roasters, located at 26 Ocean Avenue, and Robert Finley Senior, doing business as Poppy's Kettle Corn. Town Clerk.
Thank you. These are new mobile food vendors to the town of Scarborough, which require public hearing and action. They've all been vetted by each department and have been approved on the department level.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone wishing to make public comment on these? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion? All those in favor? Show that as unanimous. Thank you. Order number 25-066 is a 6 PM public hearing and action on the new request for an innkeeper's license from Scarborough Hotel Holdings LLC, doing business as Scarborough Live Away, located at 83 Muzzy Road. This is also from the clerk's office.
This new hotel is currently still under construction. They started this process a little early. So if approved tonight, we would hold that until they receive their certificate of occupancy.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone wishing to make public comment on this item? It's located at 83 Muzzy Road. Seeing none, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Any council discussion? Okay, I'll call, yes, Scott?
Again, like the audience said, what is this about? Like more clarification on what it is.
Yeah,
Certainly.
it's a new hotel that's been under construction for some time. If you where Lowe's is, that we're
Oh,
right
okay.
there, or like
One of
across the
these
street.
things.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
And this is for an innkeeper's license, is what is the
Right.
acronym.
Yeah,
for it.
right.
motion is to
right.
approve their innkeeper's license.
Okay.
Ready to vote? Okay, I will call the vote. All those in favor? Show that as unanimous. Thank you. Order number 25-067 is a 6 PM public hearing and action on a new request for a combined massage establishment therapy license from Danielle Robin Crystal, doing business as Crystal Stardust Healing, located at 418 Black Point Road. Kristen.
This is a new massage therapist to Scarborough. She is actually going to be working at Scarborough Beach and has received permission from them to do so, but it does require the town license as well.
Perfect, thank you. Is there anyone wishing to make public comment? You can come to the podium if you have a question.
Sam Capone, US Route 184. Does she have a state license? Because a lot of times they don't.
Yes, she does. That's a requirement to get a town license, is you have to have a state as well.
I'm good.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Any council discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? I'll show that as unanimous. Thank you. Order number 25-068 is a 6 PM public hearing and action on the new request for a food handler's license from Adam Shapiro doing business as Bernie's Bagels, located at 491 Payne Road. Is there anyone wishing to make public comment on this item? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Any council discussion? John?
I'm just so happy after we've lost the main bagel to have another bagel place come back to Scarborough. So looking forward, hope they have gluten-free bagels for my wife. She loves bagels, but she's gluten-free now, so.
Thank you. I think everyone in the room nodded enthusiastically. So welcome Bernie's Bagels. Is there any other council discussion? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor? I'll show that as unanimous. Thank you. Moving on to new business and our amended agenda. Order number 25-074 is act on the request from the Chief of Police to accept a donation in the amount of $3,900 from retired Scarborough Police Sergeant Mary Pearson for the purchase of a police canine protective vest for KP Jack. This donation is dedicated in the memory of James Pearson. Welcome.
Thank you for having us. Before we get started, I just want to make an introduction, key introductions. First is to my right is retired Sergeant Mary Pearson, who served 32 years with the Scarborough Police Department and retired in 2019. correct? Or 2020?
2020.
2020, early 2020. All right. To my left is Officer Robin Stankovich. She's been a canine handler for a little over a year now, and her canine partner, Jax.
I apologize. I just read what's written and it says KP, but it's obviously
Canine
K9. I just didn't put it together quickly enough. Sorry, Jax. My
The
apologies.
canine partner. We are here to ask for council approval for a very generous donation from Sergeant Pearson of $3,900. And this money is going to go towards the purchase of a ballistic vest, which will go with Jax on every deployment that he is on a daily basis. So it's a key piece of equipment for our canine program. If you recall, the state police canine was killed not too long ago, and certainly any level of protection that we can provide to our canine partners is essential. So we really appreciate Mary's efforts to fundraise for this. How many different folks donated?
I probably had over 50 people in a matter of like 2 weeks. When I put it out on the social media, everybody jumped at the chance to pitch in.
And there's also added reason why Mary's doing this is in memory of her father, James Pearson, a lifetime resident of the town of Scarborough and business owner, who was a homicide victim right outside of his residence on Beach Ridge Road in December of 2019. So we haven't received the vest as of yet, but once we place the order, we're going to make sure that on the vest is embroidered in memory of James Pearson. So we appreciate you hearing this proposal, and we hope that you accept it. How can you say no to a face like that?
This.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here this evening. Is there anyone wishing to make public comment on this item? I think everyone shares my desire to say thank you very much.
Waiting for that.
With that, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any council discussion? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor? Thank you very much. I show that as unanimous.
Yeah.
Thank you very much,
Thank
guys.
you.
Thank you all for being here. Give them just a second.
Does that work? That work?
Oh. Okay, continuing on in our agenda this evening, order number 25-069 is first reading and refer to the planning board the proposed amendments to chapter 405, the zoning ordinance, to allow landscape contractor in the RH zone, light industrial and industrial districts. And we have Autumn back. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This, as you mentioned, is the first reading of this ordinance. This ordinance came before Long Range Planning Committee in December 2024. I did spend some time there. We had a couple of requests that were similar. Landscape contractor, as our current ordinance defines it, is lumped in with contractors' yards. And the only district that allows that is LI and I. And we have a very limited supply of both. The request came to our attention from a violation for burning, and we found out that a business was in use for probably 8 years with no issues until the burning issue. And then we reached out to the owners. We did have discussions with them that we were already having this conversation with Long Range about the same type of use. So we can worked with them to have this conversation, work through what you have before you is a recommended amendment to the ordinance that came out of ordinance committee. It was a 2-1 vote. I will say that they did add a special exception prohibition for any burning whatsoever. So this is really enabling language. It would allow this user to come back and ask for a special exception through the Board of Appeals with performance standards. So it's not allowing them to do it, it's just creating a format so that they could ask. And that I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Autumn. Does anyone have questions for Autumn?
I do.
Certainly. Thank you, Larry.
Shot at this. You may have just answered this in your final sentence there, but I thought the language, item 2-5 is prohibiting burning of, or sorry, the open storage of materials. And I thought that was kind of broad. I could see where, I think the original objection around that had to do with odors and smell of, and so, but it seems like that would also prohibit them from storing fencing or hardscape products and things like that, that I guess non-organic would be the way I'd say that.
Right.
So I thought that was kind of broad. And the same issue, 2-6, says that they are prohibited from burning landscape materials, but doesn't seem to specify that they could burn something non-landscape materials. But is that what that amendment addresses?
The intention is that they wouldn't be allowed to do any burning. They would have to go through the fire department and get a burning permit for whatever that they wanted to burn. One of the owners for this specific project. So what's important to know is this is the basic language. And then once they get in front of Board of Appeals, it might get tighter.
Okay.
So this is your generic language, if you will, if I wanted to do a landscape contractor in this district. These are my basic standards. And then once they get in front of Board of Appeals would say, okay, I see that you have a barn and a lean-to where you might put wood. You can't do that anymore. And so it gets more specific. So we try to be a little bit broad at this point.
Okay.
Is that helpful?
Yep, very much. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions for Autumn? Great. Thank you, Autumn. Is there anyone wishing to make public comment on this item? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Council discussion. Councilor Shoup, thank you.
Sure, thank you. So I was the one that voted no when it came before the ordinance committee. I served on the zoning board for maybe 6 or 8 years. I don't even know anymore. And so I think I have some concerns over the procedure, but I think generally with the first read, I just kind of want to give counselors some of the reasons why I'm not supporting this. So when we go to the planning board and we have our second read, something they can think about as well, because we did receive an email this week in regards to enforcement of our current ordinances and violations and things like that. So first of all, this is a single application that has come through. So this is an individual that's just looking for a use where I've always said I'm uncomfortable with people who are coming to make zoning changes for their particular use. This isn't something where, we're saying, oh, we need more landscapers in town. Let's create more zones for landscapers. That's not the case. This is a violator who is upsetting neighbors for years, and we're trying to find an avenue for them to continue in that zone. When they created the Running Hill District Zone, landscaping was left out, and that was only drafted, I think, 10 years ago. And so I think for me, there's a reason maybe it was left out. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. But again, it's not part of that zone. Again, I oppose the ZBA process. I sat on that board for years. I think there's great intentions. I think unfortunately, we have a really hard time enforcing what's coming out of the zoning board. It's really hard as someone who's given all your time to that board and to the town, and you drive around town and you see licenses that you've granted and them violating them pushing them. And so I'm really happy to give it the second read specific examples of landscaping companies in Scarborough who are storing space stuff outside currently in like high traffic areas. So I really struggle with this because I do think we're having some problems with enforcement. I see things that have come before zoning board that people push the limits and they're no longer conforming to the rules from the zoning board. So I'm not in support.
Thank you. Any other council comment on this? Yeah, Corey, thank you.
Thank you. I supported this ordinance and I support it now. I respect Councilor Shoup's position on, the concern about individuals coming forward and making requests that are specific to their property. I don't personally find it inappropriate in and of itself. I think to me, it's a sign of responsive government, a responsive town to try to accommodate an individual who's trying to run a business. they were in violation. But I think back to when I was on the planning board, we generally tried to be amenable when something that was non-conforming was trying to become more conforming. And so in this case, this particular business has taken action to make sure that they're within the ordinance. And they've agreed to not burn. And I don't personally find the use incompatible with the zone, and I will support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council comment? Yeah, Scott, thank you.
Yeah, I think we need to change the ordinance. I think that landscapers, I think we should support small businesses in town and let them, people do things out of their home. If it becomes an issue of, you know, if you have noise ordinances and if it gets into, you know, employees, if it's a family business, I think they should be able to do any kind of business they want. I think we should just have an ordinance that just blankets that. And if it becomes an issue of, I guess, with burning and, you know, smoke inhalation with your neighbor would be a problem. So that would maybe be something you'd have to address. And if they had chemicals or something like that, but just a landscaping business or, you know, an accountant has a business out of their house. I mean, all kinds of things like that. I think we should encourage that, encourage small businesses all the way. And so, yeah, I support this. I don't think it should even be here except for the issue of the burning. If I was a neighbor and there was toxic fuel, you know, smoke coming across, yeah, that would be an issue. But other than that, I think there's probably other ones in town. Young people starting out, he gets a lawnmower and goes and mows lawns. Good for him. I think it's a great thing. So I think we're micromanaging too much. But thank you.
Thank you. Any other council comment on this? Yeah, John.
Yeah, you know, I just agree with both Councilor Doherty and Corey in the sense that, you know, I do think that looking at the zoning in both LI, industrial, and in RH, it does feel like a very close conforming use based on the other uses that are allowed there. And I appreciate the ordinance committee taking the feedback from the community to add additional provisions specifically around burning. I thought that was a good move to address the feedback and concerns that came from the public, especially in the RH zone. So I'm going to support it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Thank you. I show that as 6-1. Order number 25-070 is first reading and scheduled public hearing for Wednesday, August 20th, 2025 at 7 p.m. with regards to the establishment of a Dunston Omnibus Municipal Tax Increment Financing District. Tom, you want to tee this up for us? Thank you.
Yeah, this item has been worked on at the staff level and we've kind of moved it through the process. Finance Committee has considered it most recently. The proposal is to establish a tax increment financing district in the Dunston area of town. The proposal encompasses about 230 acres of that area of town. There's 3 large parcels that are all owned by the same person at this point that really makes up the bulk of this. And then it was decided or discussed, and it's certainly up for consideration, that the properties that front along Route 1 in the Dunston area be included as well. Most of them have some level of use or development already, so it would be infill and redevelopment at most. So the acreage does sound large. From a practical point of view, there's probably 80 acres that is undeveloped at this point, and I think is ripe for development at some point. The proposal is, from a capture point of view, 50% until 2032, and that is specifically timed around the expiration of the Higas Parkway TIF. The thought would be that we really don't need to have any more capture with the existence of that TIF in place. And thereafter, it moved to 100% capture. I should say that the direct benefit to the town, and this is done kind of proactively and prospectively for the majority of that Dunston area, is to maximize shelter benefits for any captured value, new value that's created in the area. I guess the other 2 basic terms worth noting, it's proposed to be a 30-year term, which is a statutory limit. And then the development program, these are the allowances for which we can spend and use TIF revenues for. We've designed it in such a way to really provide ourselves maximum flexibility. It's very similar to the downtown TIF, which again had that same goal. So this matters before you this evening for your consideration and first reading.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone wishing to make public comment on this item? Please approach the podium, state your name and address for the public record, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Allison Bristol, 6 Bayview Avenue. And first, I'd like to thank Chair Seither and Vice Chair, what's your name? Anderson, Thor, no.
I go with Yoda, too.
And Counselor Fellows and now Counselor Kane, Counselor Dougherty for hosting and being at the meeting last night. I thought it was a great meeting. It might have been tough to be leading that meeting, but I thought it was a wonderful opportunity for people to talk to the council versus talk with the council, I should say, versus talking at the council. So now can I have 3 minutes from now? Thank you. Okay, please. Okay. In looking at this, and I've said this in other meetings, this TIF, it appears, was first proposed in 2014. So it's dusting off something that is kind of outdated. And it also was before COVID. And it was before we were bursting at the seams. So I don't really think Southern Maine doesn't need to be sustained at this point in time. It also seems a coincidence to coincide with the Marshu Terrace project needing a CEA, in which to get a CEA, they have to be in a TIF district. And I haven't studied the zoning on this, but just listening to Autumn on the rate of growth, it kind of sounds like the different zoning districts in this area coincide with what's in Area 2 that really hasn't been used that much. So, I just don't really see the benefit of this. Looking at the attachments, one question I had under letter D, the development program, where it talks about CEAs may include reimbursement percentage of up to 100% of the increased assessed value of developer owner properties for up to the full remaining term of the district at the town council's discretion. So it's where the public has said, please slow down growth. This looks like an open invitation to redevelop a property in this area and maybe not even have to pay any taxes for the purpose of doing that. Then also what I don't understand, it says further subject to the approval of the town council, the town is considering a credit enhancement agreement with South Portland Housing Development Corp. To provide for a split of the TIF revenues on their portion of the district. So I have no idea what that means. It doesn't say, it's not the credit enhancement agreement. It sounds like, other monies they may get for being part of this TIF district, more specifically defined as tax map lot, yada, yada, yada. So if that could be explained, what that means, that would be really beneficial. And I think my other comments are really more related to Marshu Terrace and the CEA, so I'll save that for the next agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Mr. Hayes.
Thank you. Richard Hayes, Martin Avenue. Kind of echoing Allison. I think it's a mistake. Dunston is a pretty busy area of town, traffic-wise. I've seen some indication that this would allow upwards to close to 400 housing units and 120,000 square feet of commercial space. The infrastructure is not there to handle that. I personally don't believe. I think it's a mistake. I agree this was the dust knocked off of this for solely one purpose, to allow CEA for a housing project that shouldn't happen in that location either. So I urge you to please not move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, Mrs. Hamel.
Sue Hamel, Bay Street. For people who weren't at the meeting last night, the council corner, there were at least, I'd say, 50 people, 50 members of the public, all there, and 95% of them were all saying the same thing. We've had too much development. Enough. No more. I mean, there was a lot of talk about a moratorium, and that this is a feeling that, I mean, it's not new. So why are we creating a district to incentivize development, which we do not want? You know, the town talks about this great shelter benefit that the TIF will bring, but we're unable to actually quantify how much money does that mean for the town. We don't have a methodology yet figured out on how much extra money does that bring Scarborough. This plan for the Dunstan TIF was created 12 years ago in 2013 by an outside consultant, Sustain Southern Maine. Scarborough's population then was 19,300 people compared to 24,530. We've had 27% population growth. We were another town then. I'm sure many people in this room would like to go back to those days before the runaway growth. People in this town are fed up with growth. We have reached a tipping point. Please don't pass this.
Thank you, Sue. Mrs. Hamilton, welcome.
Denise Hamilton, 2 Rod Road. My comments are for both the TIF and the CEA, so I don't have to get up twice. I'd like to voice my concern and strong opposition to approving the proposed TIF and CEA, which would allow South Portland Housing to put in this 50-unit senior housing development in the Dunstan area, along with commercial building at some point in time. On its face, more senior housing may seem like a positive step, but this particular proposal raises significant and very real concerns that I believe outweigh the benefits, especially when we're being asked to subsidize it with public funds. First, traffic and safety. This area already struggles with substantial traffic congestion. Adding 50 housing units targeted specifically for seniors who may require frequent trips to groceries, healthcare, social visits will only intensify that congestion. And it's important to remember this site is limited to a right turn in and right turn out configuration. This design restriction is not a minor inconvenience. It creates a genuine safety hazard. Residents, many of whom may have slower reaction times or mobility limitations, will have no choice but to navigate longer and potentially more dangerous routes to simply reach essential destinations. Emergency response times could also be compromised by these constraints, putting vulnerable residents at greater risk. In 2024, according to MDOT, there were 42 recorded traffic accidents just on Route 1 between the Dunstan Fire Station and Ann John's Restaurant, with a total of 598 accidents in all of Scarborough. Second, flooding and road access. The development is located near a marsh that has historically seen flooding. We've all seen times when floodwaters made the road impassable, not only on Route 1, but on the Payne Road. This isn't speculation, it's our lived experience here. During such events, residents could be effectively forced onto detours that add both time and danger to their travel. For seniors who may need quick access to medical care, being cut off due to predictable flooding is an unacceptable risk. It also raises questions about the town's liability if we knowingly approve a subsidized project in a location with known flooding hazards. Third, the financial responsibility and fairness. The purpose of a TIF and CEA is to stimulate economic development that truly benefits the broader community. Here, we're asking to divert future tax revenue away from our general fund and instead subsidize a private development that will strain existing infrastructure and require more public services, such as increased road maintenance, emergency services, and potentially even drainage improvements. In effect, taxpayers will shoulder additional costs while developers receive public subsidy. This isn't the type of transformative development a TIF is meant to support. It appears to be a way to make marginal project financially viable by shifting risk and cost to the community. In summary, this proposal combines three problematic elements: a traffic-constrained site design that compromises resident and public safety, a location vulnerable to flooding that can isolate residents at critical times, and a request to subsidize this risk-heavy project with public funds meant to serve the whole town. I urge you to vote against the TIF and CEA. Let's hold out for development proposals that are safer, smarter, and genuinely beneficial to our entire community, not ones that create new hazards and costs we'll all have to bear. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Other people wishing to make public comment on this item?
Hi, Sam Cafone, 184 US Route 1. I'm against the TIFs wherever they are. And Scarborough's a valuable community. If people want to build on their property, why does the rest of the public have to pay tax money to help them improve their situation? I don't think it's right. And I think most people want a slow growth, but that may be harder, but I don't see why we have to help them build their buildings and whatever roads, and no, I'm not for that. And again, that end of the town is already a traffic cluster. Everybody knows you've all driven through there at peak hours. Summer's even worse. And I urge you to vote no against that. No public money for these projects.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to make public comment? Anyone online? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Council discussion. Councilor Anderson, thank you.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna focus on the TIF because I know people like to talk about the TIF and the CEA, but what we're voting on specifically is just the TIF piece. And I just want to echo some of the things that Tom mentioned about the TIF. So there is no taxpayer impact in terms of people paying things because we're putting this TIF in place. Really what the TIF allows us to do is essentially shelter any new value that may come based on the district that we draw, so that when that value would essentially come out of our state value calculation. And what that means is we get likely more revenue and we likely pay less county taxes as a result, which is a really good thing for our bottom line, because that money is money that we don't have to pay, that doesn't have to come out of taxpayers' pockets, or money that we get from the state that we wouldn't otherwise get. So that's really the benefit to the public for supporting something like this. And so any development that occurs in there, whether it's a redevelopment of a property or if they want to build, an extension on a property that exists today that they're probably allowed to do by use, any new value would be shielded. And so that's just a really good tool for us to help with tax rate stabilization. I think it is fair to say that by establishing a TIF, it does create opportunities for CEAs. And to me, each CEA is looked at independently, voted on independently. There is no guarantee because the TIF passes that even the CEA that's before us tonight is going to pass, because that's an independent decision that the council would need to make. I think the comments about the study that's being used, I think is a little bit of a red herring. It was good work that was done that goes into the application that really is part of the application process to really justify the opportunity for development in the region and why we want to do a TIF project. I would also say, at the end of the day, as Autumn shared in LD 1829, there will be development in the area. And so that's something that is going to be harder for us to figure out, like how we manage the pace and what we do there, but it will happen. And so any new development that comes, the more that we can shelter that value and use it, I think is really just a benefit for everyone. So I'm going to support this tonight.
Thank you, John. Other council comment? Corey? Thank you.
Thank you. I would first sort of echo Councilor Anderson in really emphasizing that and we hear this a lot, and it's powerful rhetoric, and I can understand how it resonates and how it may feel when you hear about these things, but this is not, a TIF or TIF/CEA does not entail the town writing a check to a developer or an owner and taking money out of the pockets of taxpayers. John did a good job of kind of laying out how it works and the shelter benefit, and it is a little wonky, I get that. I think it's also important as a corollary to that to remind ourselves that, and I don't want to skip ahead to the CEA conversation, but in some of these cases, we're talking about properties that are currently not generating any tax revenue for the town. They're just sitting there. In some cases, they're arguably eyesores. And so it's not as if, again, not only is the town not writing a check, but the town's not foregoing revenue that's already coming in. And I also agree, and I think it's important to emphasize that the council really has a duty to evaluate any individual CEA requests individually on their merits. So I will support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Other council comments? Councilor Shoup and then Councilor Kane. Thank you.
Sure, I guess, one of the questions I have, I've been on the council 3 years, I think I grasp the concept of TIFs, is why we wouldn't be able to make TIF zones when we receive applications for particular properties that we feel like are worthy of, let's create this TIF. Because I know when we were looking at Dunstan, we were looking at the undeveloped land behind, and theoretically, we're like, that's great. I am under the impression, and I do feel like that TIFs attract development. I do feel like when we create a TIF zone, we're basically saying, hey, come develop this area. That is where I am uncomfortable with that. I generally have some apprehension about the comprehensive plan. I understand it was approved in 2020, but I mean, when were the actual meetings for the comprehensive plan? I mean, they were held, I think I attended some in 2016. I don't remember specifically, but it was a while ago. And I think I struggle with that. I think considering the rate of growth and what we've seen in this town, we really need to revisit our comprehensive plan. I think we're just a different place right now. And I think if we have applications and things that we think are warranting a TIF, I think that's when I might be more willing to say that. But to just put a blanket TIF over Dunstan at this point, I think I just cannot support that.
Thank you. Councilor Kane.
Thanks. I appreciate all those opinions and the information as well. I had one question that maybe is for Tom, is when this was originally researched and developed in 2014, why didn't it move forward at that time?
Yeah, thank you for asking the question. I want to clarify that. The work we did back over 10 years ago was not necessarily done specifically for TIF purposes. We saw a fair amount of land. We've had ongoing dialogue, and more recently we've had very specific dialogue with that landowner. He's up in age and is going to be looking to do something sooner than later. So this study was really a planning exercise to understand what under current zoning could that property yield in terms of residential construction and mixed use, because the zone does allow for that. We also were looking at, with a raw piece of land, are there opportunities for new infrastructure that will help solve some of our existing problems, kind of roads and workarounds from the Route 1 corridor, if you will. So it was really done as a planning perspective exercise. We saw an opportunity when it comes to developing this TIF and understanding what the future potential of value is. We dug that study out and said, well, we've got a kind of a good blueprint to work from. Absent that, we would be doing a lot of speculation as to what may or may not happen on a piece of property. And we've done that in the past, but I think this, it does suggest that there's a level of finality that these projects are going to happen. No, this is an exercise in planning first, and for this purposes to use that planning exercise to help project what the future value potential might be. I will say, I alluded to it earlier, we've had very specific conversations, and they're ongoing with that large property owner. There's an out parcel. Those of you that go up and down Broad Turn Road, you've noticed a new road that's been cut in. We expect that there'll be a multi-unit proposal sometime sooner than later on that parcel. So things are happening, and this is intended to be to get ahead of that. no doubt, the Marshview applications kind of spurred us to move quicker than we would otherwise. But this is certainly an area that I think it's something worth looking at for you.
Okay, thanks. I'm not opposed to TIFs in general for what you said. I agree that it offers some good opportunities. I think my concern is that the town has significantly changed in that timeframe from when this original work was done. And I'd probably like to see at least some effort to review it and update it and see what other opportunities, maybe down to the specific properties that are included and all, for partly for what you just said, Tom, is that things have changed and the urgency around one property versus another may have changed since then as well. So I think I probably would not support this on the basis that I think there's an opportunity to review it. I'm not against it at all, but just to review it. And a little bit of the weight of LD 1829 is hanging in there too. Like, are we, by doing that, are we, by making it the exact plan from 2014, are we giving up any opportunities where we may need to look at rezoning and things like that to retain some of the levers around growth in the town? So that's where I am with it.
Yeah, just to be clear, these TIF documents are totally agnostic as regards zoning. They're simply looking at a piece of land, what its value today and what its future value might be. And it's about capturing that new value, sheltering it from some of the state funding formulas and how county tax is paid.
I understand, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, Councilor Doherty, thank you.
Yeah, if you want to tip things, things are so complicated. I like things simple, so I probably wouldn't vote for it just because I like things black and white, as you know. The one thing that comes to mind when Corey said, we don't write a check, you know, the taxpayers do not write a check, but doesn't the developers get a tax break through the TIF district? They don't get any kind of tax break.
That's a function of a credit enhancement agreement. That's a separate agreement between the town and a property owner to rebate a portion of taxes paid from new value created.
Yeah, but we do that.
We do.
Not through this vehicle.
Not through
Not
this.
through this.
Right. So that was all. And it is really complicated, and I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, the TIF district itself kind of just defines what area we are going to shelter those tax dollars from new value. But it has nothing to do with what gets developed there or who develops, and the developer does not see that money. There are rules about how we can spend that money, and they are defined by the application that we submit. And so that money has to go back into that same TIF district. And so that is kind of the constraint. If we define this as a TIF district, then one of the constraints we have is that there is a very prescribed way that we have to spend those tax dollars. But this part of it is not about giving any percentage of it back to a developer.
And I just want to point out, like, a lot of the concern we hear about that particular district is traffic. And traffic infrastructure is one of the qualified uses of what we can use those sheltered tax dollars for, the revenue that we get as a result of the development there. So that's partially why these exist, is to make sure that when there is development there, that the town gets that economic benefit of the tax shelter value, so that we can actually make the investments that we need to make it functional, and to make sure that things are working appropriately. So I think that's another value for this. It's like, because otherwise we might have to bond for those types of things, or otherwise that we wouldn't have to do because we're able to have that revenue.
Yeah, because you say we'd have to invest in it. So we will be spending money for infrastructure.
Yeah, I mean, that's a possibility if that's what the town elected to do, if that was necessary. That's a use that we could use the money for. Doesn't mean that we would do that for a project. It just gives us the opportunity in the development program, amongst a bunch of other things in the packet, that say we can use the money for this, or we can use it for that. We can still use it for some other economic development things. I don't have it open in front of me, but I don't know, Tom, if you have it in terms of the other types of things that the development program covers.
Yeah, it's worth noting the development program is really a function of the state law requirements. So the trade-off with TIFs is though the tax revenue doesn't come into the general fund and then you decide how to spend it without any limitation. There are limitations under state law as to what TIF dollars can be spent for. As was mentioned, there are some big buckets of projects, transportation being one of them. General economic development, trail construction, environmental infrastructure, public safety facilities, leased, in some unique cases, paying for leased space, affordable housing, construction of municipal offices, and childcare costs. So again, I've tried to be as flexible as the law allows to give all of us, all of you, maximum flexibility in that regard. Just while I had the floor, I'll just speak to a comment made by a commenter earlier. Another qualified use is to choose to share some of those resources through a CEA to a property owner. And so that's why it's mentioned in the context of the development program. We also are looking for kind of a blanket authorization. The state isn't a party to that. They don't care if we do and how much we share. We just need the authorization under state law to be able to do that. If you choose, like Marshview and something else in the future, this just gives you the legal authority to be able to make that decision, at that time on its merits.
Thank you. Do you have other
Well,
comments,
I
Scott?
do-
Go for it.
I do agree with the public that I think it encourages development and it made it very clear that they don't want it. So, that makes up my mind. Thank you.
Thank you. I will weigh in on this. And then if anyone else has other things to say, just let me know before I call the vote. But I do think that John and I set this in motion several months ago. And as council leaders, it's sometimes challenging to figure out when to time something. We did not see LD 1829 coming down and kind of conflating and getting tied up in this conversation. I also want to acknowledge public speakers that said that this seems like we're doing this because of the Marshview CEA. It absolutely is tied to that conversation. Both of those two proposals came to council leadership around the same time. So there's nothing to hide there in terms of we're not trying to pull one over on anyone. Those two conversations did go hand in hand. I think we made some, and again, this is not at all to lay blame out on anyone, but I do think that there have been some communication missteps around this in terms of using the economic plan from several years ago. I can appreciate what Larry said about updating it and kind of wanting to have our arms around where we are now. I think that resonates with a lot of residents, especially coming out of last night's Counselor Corner, that they felt like this is something that we're dusting off from quite a few years ago. I also have some concerns about some of the things that are being shared, kind of picked from that report that have now gained a lot of momentum in our community. And I just don't want the community fueled by fear or concern that we already have a plan laid out for 370 some odd units. Like that's not part of any of this discussion. And so while it is part of that plan, I think that there were some missteps there in terms of how that was communicated to the public. I completely understand why the public would be concerned about some of the things in that plan, frankly. And so I do think that we would benefit, the council would benefit, but maybe more importantly on this, some more communication around education about what a TIF is, why this would be appropriate in Dunstan, and just kind of lay out for people a more updated set of information as to why maybe the council would be motivated to do this. Because there are benefits, and we can have philosophical disagreements on whether or not it incentivizes more projects. I personally don't feel that someone is going to look at the town of Scarborough that has historically created a TIF specifically for a affordable housing project and see that as a barrier to coming to Scarborough. We've demonstrated that we are willing to create a TIF for the purposes of a CEA. So I don't think that creating the TIF first is all of a sudden going create more drive for these CEAs. I also feel really strongly and confidently that the council will review any CEA that comes before us on its own merit, regardless of whether or not there's a TIF district in place. We have a mechanism for approving both on a case-by-case basis. And so with all of that said, I will support this at first reading, but I do want to make sure that we address the concerns of the residents and that we have maybe a better communication plan to get out ahead of some of the narratives that really seem to be concerning and worrying our residents. Any other council comments? Yeah, Corey.
Thank you. First of all, it sounds like our new communications chair that's his first assignment. But the only thing I wanted to add on the theme of addressing community feedback is that I've heard it a few times, and it was mentioned by a commenter this evening, that the assertion that there's no methodology for projecting costs and benefits. And I would respectfully disagree with that. From what I've seen, there is. I believe it's a fairly conservative methodology in terms of the underlying assumptions. I am happy to be corrected, or I'd be happy to see other math that people have run the numbers on any particular proposal and have their own math that they'd like to share. And I don't say that in a snarky way. I mean that very sincerely. But from what I've seen and again, I don't want to jump ahead, but I believe that the underlying methodology is sound. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council comment? Seeing none, I will go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Thank you. I show that as 4-3. Order number 25-071 is first reading and public hearing on a credit enhancement agreement between the town of Scarborough and the South Portland Housing Development Corporation for the development of affordable low-income senior housing located at 578 US Route 1, Assessor's Map U034, Lot 1. We do have the applicant here this evening. Tom, do you want to tee this up, or was the applicant planning on kicking
I know
us
the
off?
applicant has a few slides. I think they might be helpful. They speak specifically to the project and the request. So I might suggest we start there, if that's okay.
That sounds good. Thank you. Yep, welcome, gentlemen.
Good evening. My name is Brooks Moore. I'm the Director of Development for the South Portland Housing Authority and our affiliated Development Corp. Just the first slide had our symbols on it, so I'll kind of address the question I think the chairwoman wanted me to address. The South Portland Housing Authority is quasi-municipal, quasi-federal, nonprofit organization. It was founded in the 1960s. Our entire mission is the development, ownership, and management of affordable housing. We've been doing it for over 50 years. We develop the properties, we manage them, and we own them. We're an organization of about 50 people. We have maintenance, we have leasing, we have development, finance. So,
Brooks, can I stop you? Because I was the one who made the comment last
Okay.
night. So last night at Councilor Corner Live, I made a statement that the South Portland Housing Authority was not affiliated with the city of South Portland.
That's correct.
And so on the website, we've gotten some residents who are questioning that statement. And so I certainly don't want to be on the record having said something that was completely inaccurate last night. But moreover, I want our residents to understand what the is it a partnership? Is it does the council oversee you? Like, what is the relationship? And if you could just explain that, and I hate to put you on the spot because I should have approached you prior to the meeting to give you a heads up. So I appreciate you entertaining me on this.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you.
So it was originally founded, I believe, by the city council in the 60s. The only connection is that the board of directors is ratified by the South Portland City Council. That being said, our finances are completely separate. We don't get any ongoing funding from the city of South Portland. We're completely separate organizations. Our Development Corp is an affiliated nonprofit 501c3 that was put in place in the 1980s solely for the purpose of the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program. You have to have a Development Corp in order to do that program.
Great. Thank you very much.
Sure. I do just want to quickly, since the door was open, say that we are totally mission driven. The profits that we make from our properties, we reinvest them into more affordable housing. And that's in the case of properties, and in the case of this project, we may end up having to donate the land that we bought. And so I just bring that up. We don't have bad motives. We're not here to ram something down the community's throat. We really try to build housing for people. So going to this slide, just a reminder, this where the site is. It's along Route 1, former restaurant, former flea market. The property has not had significant upgrades in a long time. I would say it's fairly derelict at this point, especially having been inside the building. We're looking to improve it with a new 50-unit senior housing project, which I would add is one of the lowest traffic generators that you can develop on a site. We're also going to be improving the very wide curb cuts and trying to improve the traffic situation. So the next slide. So the reason that we're coming to ask for this credit enhancement agreement, I'll kind of go beyond, beside the kind of the leverage money that this brings in. We use the credit enhancement agreement to increase the amount of debt that we're able to pay to Maine Housing to build these buildings. We also, as part of that, get more points on the Maine Housing application. This year, Maine Housing has gotten 21 pre-applications. I've gone back to 2017. This is the most applications they've ever gotten. So every point matters. So in their matrix, you get 1 point. If you're 50% TIF for 15 years, you get 2 points. If you're 50% for 30 years, and then you get 3 points if you're 75% for 30 years. So we're asking for the 75% for 30 years because it makes the project viable in a very competitive environment. I do want to add, going back to the fact that we're a nonprofit, whether we have a CA or not, the South Portland Housing Development Corp does not make any more money on the project because of the CA. The CA really is put in place, and the requirements are put in place by Maine Housing so that they can expand the amount of, they have a finite resource. They asked for us to get these CAs so that they can build more affordable housing across the state. We, as the developer of the property, don't get more money because we get a CA. So I want to put that out there. Going to the next slide, we have on that last slide was some information about the tax sheltering. I think that's been brought up, and we probably brought up some more. Going to the next slide, sorry. This project will serve people making 60% of their median income or less. That is a hard requirement that we cannot go over. So this project will have all 1-bedroom apartments. So typically you've got one person, you may have a couple apartments that have 2 people. So in general, somebody has to be making $53,000 or less. People have to have savings if they're retired, Social Security income. This building's for 55 and older, so some people may still be working. They'll have to have the income to afford the rents. And then just some other supporting information. the seniors that live in this building will be spending their money locally at small businesses, healthcare, et cetera. Sorry, and I'm trying to be brief because I know you guys have heard this a lot. So going to the next slide, how this fits into the region in Scarborough. As everyone knows in the state, we've got a housing crisis and we've got an affordable housing crisis. We as the South Portland Housing Development Corp are trying to address that. This project, we've proposed it, and the reason we brought it forward is because it met the planning that the town has done. It met the zoning that the town has put in place. And we think that it's a responsible development of this property by being a very low impact type of project. Going to the last slide. So the public benefits, bringing 50 new affordable housing apartments for those 55 and older. As I mentioned, we're implementing the long planning efforts that the town has done. We're actually trying to improve the traffic situation at this site. We are going to be, this project will have less impervious surface than is currently there today. So that what you see in terms of the pavement will actually be less under this new development. And we're going to be installing stormwater management infrastructure that's not there today. So I'm getting to the protection of the marsh here. Because of the tax sheltering, it will be a net increase in revenue to the town. It's a senior building limited to 55 and older, so there is no impact to the schools. And senior housing does promote job creation. So Jim, I'm here with Jim Demesis, who is our TIF consultant, if anything I missed.
Thank you. And I just have a few comments to add for information. Jim Demesis, Senior Vice President, Camoin Associates, and resident of 88 Stewart Drive in Scarborough. And 36 years ago, I had my wedding reception at the Marshview for $12 a plate. Very good buffet. True fact. Anyway, just a few facts. I just want to clarify, I don't want to cause a wrench by the conversation of the district versus the CEA. I just want to clarify that it was not the applicant that decided to do a TIF district for all of the Dunston area. This could be done for a parcel and a CEA associated with it, and is sometimes typically done that way. We're agnostic to how you do it. It just has to do with which method you want to do and why you're doing some other larger things.
That is absolutely correct.
I just wanted to make sure I corrected that for the record. I appreciate Councilor Fellows on the methodology about the tax shifts and the cost benefit analysis. I do this work throughout all the state of Maine and all out throughout New England. This is the most sophisticated methodology for cost benefit that I have come across. And with the new policy that requires the reporting and the review by the Finance Committee, it also does require that kind of information that was done by staff. And we concur with that methodology, and we do our own as well. And but this was very useful for us. I do want to stress too that that the 60% of area median income, these projects at that level of affordability, so if you want that level of senior affordability, they simply cannot be done in the market. Like, they just won't occur. And that's not just Scarborough, it's everywhere in Maine, but particularly Scarborough with the land cost. So it's a matter of public choice, meaning council choice and the public, of, do you support this kind of housing? And if you do, this is the tool to do it in, and there's no other tools to be able to utilize. On the question of the corporation, and I don't want to speak for Brooks per se, because he explained it well. I just want to explain that housing development corporations, typically, it's not uncommon that they do work in multiple municipalities. That way, each municipality doesn't have to have its own corporation. So for instance, Westbrook Housing has done projects in Biddeford and other communities as an example. And then finally, the last point I want to make is that the choice sometimes is seen by the public and some of the council as being this versus nothing. This is a piece of private property which can be turned into other things subject to zoning and land use and vetting by the planning board and so forth. But it is zoned for commercial development. And so the question becomes, you've got something here that can provide a senior affordable benefit with low to no impacts on services, a net benefit versus something else that might occur there. So that's one way to look at it, not just, boy, this versus we don't want anything. So thank you.
Thank you very much. You all set, Brooks? Okay, thank you very much.
Just a final point of information, I think Brooks covered a lot, to reiterate his request, it is positioned and postured for 75% reimbursement for 30 years. This matter was reviewed by the Finance Committee, and I don't want to steal the Finance Chair's thunder in that regard, but they did receive a fiscal analysis that was alluded to, and based on that, have made an alternative recommendation that perhaps Council Finance Chair could speak to.
Yeah, I think at finance, when we looked at the numbers, again, very conservative numbers that were done. And I agree with you, the model and the work that staff does is bar none the best in the state. We have excellent staff with Karen at Sedco to really, and Nick and others who partnered with her to really ensure that we had a really good way to look at what the impact would be to taxpayers. So I believe at the 75% over 30 years, again, conservatively, would be a deficit of about $200,000. If it was at 50%, it would be a surplus at $600,000. That excludes anything related to the TIF sheltering benefit, which again is again, there's no methodology in the state that we can use, so it's really up to staff. I think conservatively it was estimated between 1 and 1.5 million. At that 75,000 or at the 75% to 30. So again, fiscally at a 75% level, however you want to look at it, I would say, it was even despite it being conservative, we hear often concerns from our residents about this notion of subsidizing. And so I think in the conversation and knowing that we have other priorities in the town that we want to fund, at least 2 out of 3 of us felt moving forward, the 50% would be more advisable and consider some of the financial concerns that community members have raised. What that would mean if we went with the 50% is the notion that we keep hearing of we're subsidizing this project just doesn't exist. This project would be funding its own cost to serve. And again, that surplus would be going back to taxpayers to essentially be able to be used for different things. And so that's where I felt comfortable at the time. And so I may motion to put that forward, or I may not. I'm just sharing that was the conversation that at the Finance Committee when we were looking at everything and had to make a recommendation.
Thank you, John. At this time, I will open the floor for public comment. Anyone wishing to make public comment on this item, please approach the podium.
Hello again, Allison Bristol, 6 Bayview Avenue. First, what I'd like to say to the folks from South Portland Housing Authority, I don't think that any of the conversation from the public has to do with the level of work you do and what you've brought forward. I only understand great things about Jocelyn Place. So I don't think it's a reflection on you as an organization. I think you just happened to hit the perfect storm in Scarborough. So a couple of things. So what has been mentioned before, has not been mentioned yet tonight, is that legally, with new state regulations, this housing cannot only be available to Scarborough residents. that, so, you know, basically through the CEA, and I know you don't like the word subsidized, but you're asking Scarborough taxpayers to, I'm going to use the word subsidized because it's the only word I got. But to offset costs for people moving into Scarborough to take advantage of the affordable housing here. And also with the AMI thresholds. And I'm not against affordable housing. I'm not against general assistance, but with the income thresholds, anyone who moves in would also be eligible for general assistance for the town. And to address what John just talked about with the, you know, $600,000 benefit. The other way you could look at it as a benefit, you know, to benefit is we have a $90 million expense budget in Scarborough. And so $600,000 over 30 years is $20,000 a year. And money is not my, you know, finance is not my great gift in life. But basically, what I think we're saying is that over 30 years, today's number is $20,000 a year. So if you knock $20,000 a year out of the town's expense budget, which is 0.02%, I'm sure we could find that in not buying as many pencils or something. You basically would be giving the town the same benefit. I would also say that we've done our part with 10% of affordable housing in town. If you look at Jocelyn Place is 60 units, Uplands at the Downs is 78, Village Commons is 31. That's 169 units. That's 25% of the 680 that, you know, we were eligible to build in the last 3 years. Then the other thing I want to leave you with, because we are forever, every time something comes up to council, it's consistent with the comprehensive plan. So I want to share what's in the comprehensive plan, 2021 comprehensive plan, about supporting the growing senior population in Scarborough. It says, many seniors prefer to remain in their homes rather than move to isolated age-restricted developments or assisted living facilities, which can also be unaffordable for seniors on a fixed income. The town can help seniors remain in their home by supporting community assistance programs and organizations that provide transportation services for the seniors who need assistance getting to doctor's appointments, social events, and the grocery store. So I certainly hope that the council will consider that and take that up as a way of supporting seniors in town that would like to age in place in their own home versus creating, you know, more than perhaps what our fair share of affordable housing is in Scarborough. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison.
Wait for the green light. Richard Hayes, Martin Avenue. I'm against the CEA also. This project, I am not against housing for the elderly. I qualify as an elderly. But repeating a statement that someone on the planning board made with their first proposal, I'll admit that, but I still agree it applies. It's a good project in the wrong location. There are, again, many traffic issues in the Dunston area today. I travel that a lot. I know of at least 2 people on that side of the table who also travel through there because they live in the area. I'm sure you would agree, or I hope you would. That project, right turn in, right turn out, is a problem. The fact that it sits next to the marsh is a problem. Their stormwater program, as I understand it from some earlier conversation, is they're gonna run the water through plants, basically. I don't think that that's real mitigation. The issue that Allison brought up about it only being you can't confine to Scarborough residents. I know the question was asked, and the gentleman is not here tonight, but the fellow that's been here for their representing South Portland Housing said to me at the Alliance meeting that I had issues with some month and a half, 2 months ago, said that his people were developing the statistics on Jocelyn Place as to how many residents in that building were from Scarborough. Apparently that information has never come forward. And he said they were developing it. As I said, I'd have to look back. I'm not sure when the Alliance meeting was, but so that's a concern. That was information he said he could supply and obviously hasn't. So I think this is a mistake. I think the TIF district is a mistake. And again, my request failed at the last vote, but I ask again, please vote no for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
Same three people, just, Sue Hamel. I want to first address a couple of statements that were made earlier about the TIF. A TIF does have a tax impact. All the new taxes paid within the district must be spent on designated projects within the district. And what that means is that tax money that those taxpayers pay can't be spent on schools, can't be spent on regular town operations. And so my taxes have to make up for the difference, that their tax money isn't going to plow the roads and do all the normal operations. So it's not really true to say that there is no tax impact. And thanks, John, for clarifying the statement about we don't have the methodology to actually figure out the shelter benefit. Yes, we can figure out how much an entity will pay in taxes over 30 years, and we can figure out how many ambulance calls are they going to have. We can do that calculation, but the shelter benefit is just something that we are apparently not capable of figuring it out. So if we maybe it does save us money, maybe it doesn't. We're not against affordable housing. There was no opposition to Jocelyn Place, to the firehouse, to many other projects. But this is the wrong project at the wrong place and at the wrong time. We are fed up. We've had enough. We don't want any more housing. It's very distressing to hear Tom say that there's a multi-unit project perhaps coming down the Broad Turn Road, and it'll be hitting that intersection. And that is very worrying. One other thing, none of the analysis of this project includes any calculation of the impact fees which should be collected on behalf of Scarborough residents to compensate for the deteriorating quality of life that comes from the town's continuing to allow unfettered growth. Residents have had enough. Too much traffic, loss of open space, unsafe roads, overcrowded schools. It's time to say no. My quality of life is deteriorating because of what's been happening in this town. If the state of Maine believes that creating housing, affordable housing, is a priority, let them put more money into the game here to allow more projects to be built with these tax credits. If they don't think it's enough of a priority, that they don't provide enough money to fund all 21 projects that are applications in, I don't know why Scarborough has to pony up to do more than its share. Thanks.
Thank you, Sue.
Hi, Stanis Moody Roberts, 38 County Road. I am largely in agreement with the sentiment that our town is developing quicker than would be ideal, that we do need to look at our pace of development, that is a very real concern, not just economically, but environmentally and socially, and just for the community in general. I do have a differing opinion than what's been expressed for this particular project. We are a rapidly aging state. We're a rapidly aging community. We need senior housing. We need affordable senior housing. So just in that fact alone, I think that senior housing is something that we would want to do what we could to support. I think there are real concerns around this project. And I appreciate that it's been scaled back a bit and that it's now just the senior housing that it is. But there are a few points that I find compelling that I want to bring up. One, the traffic issue. By right, this site is going to get developed. I don't think the land trust is going to step in and purchase it. And most developments on that site will likely have more traffic impact than this senior housing, unless it's someone comes in and wants to buy it for a single family home. But more likely it's going to be a business that's attracting a lot of traffic, or it's going to be a non-senior housing development that can be built there by right. That's not affordable and will have more traffic to it. And clearly with LD 1829, we're not going to do anything to change that. Environmentally, we're putting 50 units of housing on an area that's already developed, that already is impervious surface. It's a derelict property. I really like that idea. Instead of having those 50 units cutting down, more of Scarborough's natural resources, we're putting it on an already developed site. So I disagree that this is the right project, but for the wrong site. I think it is in fact, ideal site for that. Real quick with CAs, I find CAs difficult because it smacks of corporate welfare, honestly. It's subsidizing an industry that really doesn't need to be subsidized right now, probably, that's making certainly enough profit in developing. But again, this is a nonprofit. This is affordable housing. They've spoken about how this is the way we create affordable housing. And the fact that we gave the Downs as big a CA as we did, and the fact that I think our last affordable project that's going in at the Downs, I believe, has a 90% CA when you combine the Downs CA plus the CA on top of that, means that this 50% CA that would actually not be affecting, would not, according to those calculations, be negative to the town. I find that a CA that I would support. Thank you.
Thank you, Stana. I'm going to go online just because I did see the hand pop up. So Mr. Lambert, if you would like to speak, you can go ahead and unmute.
Sure. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right, great. Yeah, so I just want to be real quick and want to make sure that, excuse me, we're paying attention to all the development that's going on between exit 36 in Saco and exit 42 in Biddeford. Scarborough. Saco is putting in a brand new mega school over by the Ford dealership. And they are also seeking input from their residents as to what kind of development should they be pushing along that entire stretch to the Scarborough line. And then also, of course, Old Orchard Beach is, always growing as well. This is all traffic. Anybody going north from these borders, from Saco, that area of Saco and those areas in Old Orchard Beach, these are all people who are going to be passing through Route 1, passing through the Dunstan intersection to either take Payne Road or the Parkway up to get to exit 42, because that's their next closest turnpike exit. So, we're creating our own problems by increasing development in this area, but also we have to bear the burden of the problems being created by our neighboring communities. So I'm really hoping that you're paying attention to this and that you're going to engage with the turnpike. I know we had the whole the other connector last year that we all spoke out against, but this would warrant an exit on the Broad Turn Road to kind of get some of that traffic out of that area. So just keep in mind, as you go through this, don't think about just the problems that you're creating with all the new development. Think of the problems that are going to come about from the new school in Saco and all those apartments that they're proposing in Saco, and also the development in Old Orchard. And the other thing I want you guys to think about too, with every time you have a new housing development proposal, who is going to get rich off of it? Because I'm a proponent. I'm a huge proponent of homeownership. I know that there are times where you just can't afford to own a home and you have to rent, but I feel that town officials, state officials, government officials need to be working together to try to find ways to make sure home ownership is accessible to anybody who wants to own a home. There's a new dashboard, I think, out there that's showing us how many building permits have been issued for the Southern Maine communities. And, but nowhere on that dashboard does it say, well, these are building permits, but, are these building permits for people to buy their own houses, or are these building permits for investment property to be owned by landlords, to be owned by Airbnb proprietors? So, I understand, that there's a lot of people out there who think that just by putting more volume of residences out there, it's going to solve our housing problem. But I don't believe that we're going to get to the point where we can solve our housing problems unless we find ways to get home ownership into the hands of more people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lambert. Back to the room.
Hi, Marvin Gates, 423 Black Point Road. I don't support the CEA, and I don't support it for a variety of reasons. I've been convinced through all of these meetings, whether it's the Housing Alliance, the Planning Board, the Finance Committee, or this esteemed council, by many of the people who've opposed it. Generally speaking, I don't oppose subsidized housing. I've benefited from it, as I've said from this podium before, not here in New York City. One of the requirements was that you be a resident of the place to be eligible. And that's my real objection here. There's I'm sorry the law changed so that, this pre-application from the South Portland Housing Authority for, obviously, Marshview isn't on this list yet. on the list of waiting list preferences, which bump you up, was Scarborough residency and South Portland residency. Those are no longer legal. What is legal is active on Section 8, disabled, displaced by a federally declared natural or national disaster as designated by FEMA, elderly, which is 62 or over, near elderly, the 55 and up, and a veteran. Veterans get particular bumped up the line, as I understood. I've spent a good deal of time on the website. Spoke with these gentlemen's colleague, Ben, who's been here before at all the meetings I mentioned before, very helpful, and asked him for details. And of course, at the Housing Alliance, he once said there are 1,000 people on the waiting list, and he corrected that to me, said each one of these waiting lists is for separate buildings, and you apply for which buildings you want. And those waiting lists are obviously shorter. And they call those waiting lists every year. None of this conversation have I heard from you about how do you prioritize Scarborough residents. Well, one thing that I would think you would have talked about is communicating to Scarborough residents that this is in the pipeline, particularly all of those residents, veterans, disabled, that you're considering this, finding out who they are. Are there any here? Certainly, should this pass to this vote tonight and go to second reading, I would be dismayed if that kind of investigation wasn't done in order to demonstrate that you actually have Scarborough in mind. We all love the idea of supporting senior housing for Southern Maine, Cumberland County, Maine, New England, but that's not what we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to make public comment on this item? Hi, welcome.
Hi, good evening. My name's Liam Erickson. I live on Pine Point Road. I grew up there. I've been fortunate enough to get myself a home there. And I just got to say, I love where I live, but it's pretty disappointing to come to town council meetings or councilor corner meetings over and over for at least 10 years now. And it just I don't feel like the citizens of Scarborough are heard and reflected, or their opinions or their hopes are reflected in these meetings. I urge you to please listen to your constituents and don't let this pass. Once decisions like this are made, we can't go back, and it changes the face of the town going forward. Hindsight's 2020. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to make public comment? Seeing none, is there anyone else online? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Council discussion. John, you want to get us kicked off? Thank you.
First I want to respond to some of the comments that were made just to kind of share different perspectives. So when I appreciate the reference in the comprehensive plan, and I 100% agree there's other things that we need to do to keep seniors affordable, I just want to reference the part of the comprehensive plan relevant to this conversation, which is when considering locations for affordable and workforce housing, the town should prioritize areas that are walkable to key activity centers like Oak Hill and Dunstan. While Foster Farms is relatively close to Dunstan, the auto-centric nature of Broad Turn Road and lack of a pedestrian or bike facilities means that residents of this lower income neighborhood still must rely heavily on their vehicles to get from place to place. Providing affordable housing options in areas that are accessible to services, amenities, and public transportation can better meet the needs of residents in lower income brackets. So I think, again, this location does, align with our comprehensive plan specifically because of the services that are available in the Dunstan area. You know, the comment about TIFs, you know, just, you know, we did use a big portion of our TIF revenues this year for the operating budget. So it's a fallacy to say it can't be used for the operating budget. We have used it for the operating budget. And I'd also say it's also, you know, slightly a false narrative too, to say, well, this just costs more money for taxpayers. I also hear the feedback a lot from the people who are concerned about taxes that we spend too much money on debt. Well, in this area, again, there's so much traffic improvement issues, and we have the transportation assessment that we're going to be voting on later today. And one of the priority areas is in the Dunstan area for projects that have been identified. So this money allows us, rather than to rely on debt solely, to take those revenues to help so that we're not so reliant on debt. So again, those projects alone probably for traffic improvements would be everything that we would get out of this district to be able to fund. So again, it's a different pot of money, but it also makes us less reliant on debt. As it relates to not having a formal methodology, that's not a criticism. I'm very proud of our staff and their expertise and the work that they do. And I'm always impressed how we're first for doing these types of things. Our fiscal model that we use has been adopted by GPCOG and is now going out to many municipalities to help them. And I'm sure this TIF modeling that was done will probably be the basis for the state going forward, because I have that much faith in our staff and the work that they do and totally believe in the numbers that they provided. So those are just some feedback to the commenters. As it relates to the specific TIF, you know, I think there are certainly pros and cons. So
CEA.
Oh, sorry, CEA. See, even we do it. Yeah. So, you know, it does help increase our affordable housing stock, and it does bring diversity and options to our community that we wouldn't otherwise have. You know, it does, if the council were to elect doing a 50% CEA, it would cover its costs and bring positive ROI. I know there's feedback on, well, that's only $20,000 a year, but again, as was mentioned earlier, alternatives, we could get nothing by having a dilapidated building that sits there, or we could have an even bigger deficit if a different project went in, or we could have an even better positive impact if it's a luxury apartment where we get no affordable housing. So in my mind, if you think about the alternatives of what could be there by right, this is probably the best alternative as it relates to taxes, traffic, and the environment. This project in particular is going above and beyond in terms of environmental standards. And whether people want to believe traffic engineers or not, the numbers show that this will likely have one of the least impacts to traffic in the area. The design is actually reducing impervious surfaces that happen today in that space that would contribute to, you know, stormwater runoff to the marsh. So again, some significant environmental benefits despite being close to the marsh. Lastly, I think, you know, and this is personal, I think this does address a moral obligation that I feel like we have as a government to make sure that we're looking out for everyone, whether they live here or not. I do want to share a brief email that we got today from Speaker Fecto, who was also at our Councilor Corner Live today, that again, I think just tells an interesting story that we're talking a lot about CEAs, tax rebates, but I think we're losing sight of that these are people that are going to be coming into this who have a need. So this is his story. He didn't know I was going to share it. I didn't ask his permission, but it's all public information. So last year at the grand opening of the senior housing near Rosemont Bakery, so this is the one where the old public safety building is, I was in attendance. Much to my surprise, my high school English teacher, Mrs. Pendergrass, walked up to the podium to speak about her dad. Her dad was a retired engineer. He and his wife sold their home in Saco upon retiring and bought an RV. They traveled the country and made their home base in Florida. His wife passed away, and a few years later, he got caught up in an internet scam that took every penny to his name. With nothing left, Mrs. Pendergrass searched for a place her dad could afford back home in Maine. She found the property in Scarborough, and he was luckily selected from a stack of applications. He died earlier this year. He passed away with dignity, independence, and a resident of Scarborough. He may have lived in Saco for much of his life, but does our sense of community begin and end at the town line? I'm glad he had a safe, affordable, beautiful community to call home during his final days. I suspect most residents would agree with me. So again, I just want to remind us that this is actually the people who are in need of this type of property. So those are the pros. When I think of the cons, because there are certainly cons as well to this project, Scarborough, as some of the speakers spoke, Scarborough has arguably done its fair share of affordable housing. We know many of our residents are concerned about the pace of growth, and they don't want us to make it easy for anybody who wants to develop here. I think that's a fair request from our residents. There is definitely concerns about the location and traffic, specifically still with that right out only. I mean, that's a bad function of our current roadway design, and there are things that unfortunately happened in the past that make it hard to get to that light that we can't have happen. You know, while I think this is a worthy project, as mentioned earlier, I think timing matters sometimes in making these decisions. And part of the reason why I was thinking about doing lesser of a CEA was we're going to be asking for significant investment from our community in the school that's also on our agenda tonight. And so when I think of that and I put on my CFO hat, you know, I always wish that I had all the money in the world. We're going through budget at work right now, and I'm giving people specific budgets, and I'm asking them to make choices about what they're gonna prioritize, and iterating to them that you can't have everything. You have to make some choices because our budgets are flat. So I'm thinking about that as we think through this, that, you know, we're trying to make some big choices for our community. And while this is an important choice, when I have to think of it relative to other big choices that we're making, I worry that this will just become cannon fodder for distrust with our public and you know, really work against us as we're trying to do something very, very important with the school. I think of this like the school as well, or at least my perspective when we had the initial ballot referendum where, you know, in my head and in my heart, I felt like the consolidated school was the best thing. But in my gut, I knew it wasn't going to fly because people were emotionally connected to the neighborhood schools. And I feel like this is similar in the sense that despite the facts, despite all the pros that I shared, our community is upset about the pace of growth. And I don't think the residents yesterday necessarily reflect all of our community, except the common theme that growth is a concern and we need to do something. And we have before us an opportunity to do something. So I'm honestly very on the fence of this tonight. I don't know how I'm going to vote. I see the pros and cons. So I'm interested to hear what other counselors have to say to help me make my decision on what I'm going to do tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Other council comment? Councillor Shu.
Sure. So I don't think anyone on the council or in this town I've heard is against affordable housing. So I think I just want to say that. And I think what we've heard also though from the applicant is that there are 20 other applications currently pending. So if this doesn't happen, there is going to be affordable housing coming to Maine. So I mean, we are trying to plug away at that goal, I think, as a statewide. And so I think that's just one consideration where I feel like we are working really hard as a state to try to meet those needs. I think one of the slides that came up from the applicant was a public benefit, but as we discussed in the finance committee, that is actually not one of the criteria for the CEA. And I really want to differentiate that because as great as all the public benefit is, that is zero consideration of what we should be considering tonight. And so I think as much as the public benefit that might come from, you know, rehabbing that property and the environmental considerations and things like that, that is actually none of the criteria that we should be looking at. We did have criteria that we looked at through the finance committee. We had a scoring sheet that we did. That was the first time we'd ever done it. I came out at a 13. My counselors came out at a 33. So I think within that, there is some, you know, there is some room for interpretation and things like that. I did not vote for the CEA coming out of the finance committee. The comments at the finance committee that I'll reiterate tonight was that, as we've heard from the residents, you know, I do feel like we are meeting our affordable housing goal. I think we've done a really a good job with housing generally in this town. And so I think maybe it's time for some other towns to maybe step up and do their part as well. You know, one of the criteria for the finance committee was, is this a council goal? And I strongly said this is not a council goal. And that was just my interpretation of our council goal. I really thought that we were going to slow down and really have conversations. And I apologize for missing last night's conversation. I heard it was very good. I think I got a sense from the emails and the comments tonight what the consensus was from that. And so for me, my council goal was to have more of those type of sessions, to really hear from the residents about what they're feeling now and what they're looking for the future of Scarborough. I want more of those. My support of that goal was to say, I want to have more of a conversations, not have one conversation and the next night approve a CEA. That makes me very uncomfortable. And so I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Other council comment? Yeah, Corey, thank you.
Thank you. I guess I'll start off by kind of sharing my interpretation in sort of in response to Councilor Shoup of the nature of the goal and how, at least in my mind, the council should be balancing sort of the longer term objectives associated with the goal with the business that's in front of the town now. We have, I think it's entirely possible to review proposals that are in front of us within the framework of the existing regulations and ordinances that we have. You know, we've heard versions of there's unfettered growth in Scarborough. There are no controls. I don't know if fettered is a word, but I'll make it one. I would respectfully posit that there are a lot of existing guardrails on development. We have an existing growth management ordinance. We have an existing zoning code. We have a comp plan that speaks specifically to managing growth. Nowhere does it say stopping growth. You cannot stop growth. If there's a moratorium, you pause it. It will not magically go away. The town can't just stop on a dime. And that's sort of where I come in and where I respectfully differ. There are a lot of valid concerns about growth. We all live in this town. We all love this town. I drive through Dunstan all the time. I live down Pine Point Road. I experience a lot of the same things. To me, frankly, the biggest variable on traffic is whether it's summer or not, but I know everyone has their own experiences. But to sort of get back to that first point, I don't personally think that it's the sort of mutually exclusive, that we can't pursue that longer term conversation while respecting and working within the existing framework. We have an applicant who has availed themselves of our regulatory framework. They looked at our land use regulations. They looked at our other policies, and they have come forward. They also have been responsive and scaled down from their original plan. And so I think it's entirely possible to continue. I think it's possible to do both. I think we're more than capable of doing that. And I don't think personally that it's sort of fair play to tell someone who is in front of us now, hold up. We're calling a timeout so that we can stop everything while we continue to pontificate and think about what we want to do over the longer term. I know others can have honest disagreements on that, but that's where I stand on that. I really appreciated Councillor Anderson's comments, and I'll just kind of say ditto to a lot of that in terms of, you know, including his comments about this being kind of a value proposition. And I would suggest that I prefer not to think of this as, have we done our quote unquote fair share? Have we done the bare minimum? Okay, we're good. I think we can, I was thinking about this in other terms. We also have a goal of this 30 by 30 goal for open space, which we've made a lot of progress on. Are we going to stop when we hit 30? Or are we going to try to do more? And that sort of segues into another thought that I've had, and And we did a lot of listening last night, which was great. There were a lot of comments about the environment and the whole town's being paved over and we need to protect the marsh. And I think the underlying premise in a lot of that is that, again, this unfettered idea that there are no guardrails in place. We have shoreline zones, we have wetland setbacks, we have the open space plan, we have the 30 by 30 initiative. We have designated growth zones, which can argue the pros and cons of that, but one of the main reasons, and when you look in the comp plan, one of the main reasons for identifying designated growth zones and steering growth toward them is to protect open space, prevent sprawl, minimize sprawl. And the comp plan talks a lot about balancing growth and protecting the environment. But again, it doesn't talk about stopping growth. I think Marvin made a great point about getting on the topic of local preference. And I know from my own professional work in this field that in areas in jurisdictions where you cannot legally have a local preference, or at least it's limited, there are a lot of things you can do affirmatively to get the word out early and often that this is in the pipeline. Something that certainly the town, I think is appropriate for the town to do. Can start a list of people, families, households that might be interested. And I would anticipate that the developer would do the same thing. I know that our organization does that. There's a lot of kind of targeted marketing that you can do within the bounds of fair housing regulations that, at least in my practical experience, typically results in a fairly large percentage of local people moving into this type of housing, particularly when they're seniors. They tend to want to stay in their communities. So I'll support some version of this. I respect the Finance Committee's majority recommendation to scale it back to 50% to be a little more conservative. But I'm open to discussion on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Other council comment? Councilor Donovan?
What we have before us, thank you, is the credit enhancement agreement for the development of affordable, low-income senior housing. I don't think there's any value that I could express a stronger sense of commitment to than taking care of our community of senior people who are maybe not as well off as the rest of us. This is way up there. So when you say those words to me, it's very hard for me to say there's any circumstance. Now, I opposed this when it was double the size because the traffic was a disaster and they scaled it back dramatically to gain our support. So I heard it suggested that Scarborough's done its part for affordable senior housing. Well, I will always be at the front of the line of towns supporting low-income senior housing. I would love to be first in the state of Maine on that list. Oh, we're off the charts. We support senior affordable housing more than any other community in the state. Well, that's a value I would endorse very strongly. That's just what I think is important as one of those principles in life. I think that what's happened here is that the cost has now been, through the work that's been done at the committee level, the analysis has put this in a reasonable position where it is not going to be the town supporting this. It's balanced. And once it got to balance, and while I would hate to lose a point in the point system that wins these, I'm ready to make that compromise because of the input that we've received. And so I'm prepared to support this.
Thank you, Bill. Other council comment? Larry? Thank you. Councilor Kane?
I really appreciate all this input. Like Councilor Anderson, I was somewhat on the fence with this, conflicted about it. Everybody has said that they're in favor of affordable housing. When I was running for this seat, the concern about the growth in town was by far overwhelmingly the biggest issue I talked to people about. And so being my first night here, I take it seriously, the input that I received from the town, both during the campaign and from the last couple of days and nights emails of public feedback. I do think it's okay to say we need a timeout. The all this has pretty much been said, but we are meeting the needs. We set the goal at 10% of the housing, and we're meeting that currently. I understand by opposing a project like this, that could actually lead to falling below that 10% goal. But I think that's a risk I'm willing to take right now. I do understand even before the presentation tonight how competitive these housing awards are. 21 applications when I believe 4 or 5 projects actually receive the funding is horrible. I can relate it a little bit to education mandates from the state that are put upon the town and are unfunded. But I can't feel badly that the lack of the state funding to support obviously the interest and willingness to develop these projects, that the fact that those aren't funded to a sustainable level can become the responsibility of Scarborough. And I think it's just that feedback that the town is they are looking for a timeout. And I think this is a good project that's up against bad timing.
Thank you. I apologize. I was trying to find some notes in my bag. Other counselor comments? You're all set for now. I'll weigh in. I'll keep it short and sweet, I think. I am not going to support this project this evening. I think that my primary reason is that I am really, really hopeful that this community will invest in our schools. And I think that right now, given the body of work that we are taking up after this order item, with this on our plates and with the campaign that is going to inevitably ensue in order to inform and educate the public on the school proposal, I think that this is the wrong time for this council to be considering this type of project. I wish it wasn't. I wish that the community didn't feel the way that they did in terms of the narrative that growth is unfettered. I know that guardrails are in place. I know that this council has done good work. I know that the good work that we have done is working. I know all of those things. And still, I have to just say, I think that this is the wrong time to do this because I just spent so much time on the school proposal, and I really want the community to prioritize that request. Other council comment? With that, I will call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? I show that as 5-2. Thank you. At this time, I will go ahead and call for a 10-minute recess. We will rejoin the meeting at 8:50. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. At this time, we will be moving through the remainder of our agenda for this evening. Order number 25-072 is first reading and schedule a public hearing and second reading on the order authorizing issuance of up to $129,850,000 in bonds of the town to fund the cost of building a new Eight Corners Primary School and renovate/expand Pleasant Hill School, Blue Point School, Wentworth, and the middle school to remove all portable classrooms, and to place the following question on the November 4th, 2025 municipal ballot. Shall the order entitled, Order authorizing issuance of up to $129,850,000 in general obligation bonds of the town of Scarborough to fund the cost for a new Eight Corners Primary School and renovate/expand Pleasant Hill, Blue Point, Wentworth, and the middle school to remove all portable classrooms. At this time, I will open this item up for public comment. If there's anyone wishing to make public comment on this. Matt, make your way up to the podium, please. Get on your pony, sir. I know, I'm going to start your podium time if you don't hustle. Thank you, welcome.
Matt Garrett for Marsh Rock Circle. I decided to cave to Leroy's pressure to speak. I think one thing that should be mentioned is every single parent that I've talked to of a kindergarten, first grade, second grade student is in favor of a consolidated option. All of them. Not 50-50 like the survey results, not what every single one. There has not been a single parent I've spoken to in the last month this is their weapon of choice to solve the school problem. That being said, I think that the Board of Education probably made a good decision to lump this into one question as opposed to splitting it against. I understand why the committee did to find something that would pass, but in 1996, that school was built to the current student enrollment. And it was too small then. And by removing removing space for projected enrollment makes the same mistake twice if that enrollment gets any bigger than what it is today. And so to not plan for the future was the same mistake that was made 30 years ago. So I think, where this is gonna, it'll move forward to ballot, and I think it probably should, and I think it will probably pass. But I just ask that you don't make the same mistake that they did the first time. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to make public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Council discussion. Before I take council discussion, I realize I literally gave this no runway. I just put it on out for public comment. And so I will open with councilor discussion just to say thank you so much for the hundreds of hours that upwards of 60 different individuals in this community volunteered their time every single Monday night for many, many hours, for many, many weeks. Their commitment and dedication to the process and to respectful dialogue and to hearty debate was very appreciated by me and everyone else on the town side. I know the school board side is very appreciative as well. But just to speak to the level of commitment and the caliber of the volunteers that we had on that committee, I am just very, very grateful. Their recommendation is coming to this council as presented. As the public commenter alluded to, the school board did have their own discussion of the recommendation. Many of us were in attendance at that meeting. And they did vote to recommend that we combine the two questions into one single referendum question. And so we can certainly make a similar amendment. These are being presented to us, however, tonight as two separate bond questions. The second question, which we will take up in a minute, if there is not an amendment, is reliant on the first question passing. So with that, I will turn it over to council comment. John.
Yeah, I appreciate the school board's perspective when they wanted to combine the question. I actually feel like it's more appropriate to have it split as presented in our packet. And I will likely support it this way as we go forward. I think the committee did a stellar job, as you mentioned, spending almost 18 plus months working on this, the number of people, the engagement work that they did, the communication work, like just kudos to them for everything they did to get to this decision point. And I know it wasn't an easy decision point for many, even, there was a lot of compromise that had to happen along the way. And I think everybody knew when they were working through the project, they weren't going to get a solution that everybody loved. And again, that's compromise. And I think it's important, especially for us to kind of get behind this in the sense that the work was done, it was very thoughtful, and people did an excellent job, making tough choices that, again, frankly, at the end of the day, progress for our children and our community is going to be better than nothing. And so we have to make a decision. And so I wholeheartedly support the recommendation based on the fact that I think the committee did great work. One thing I would like to consider for the council, which we do sometimes when we have things on ballot and it wasn't in the packet, there's a section for recommendation justifications. And so in the past, the council has had language and bonds. I think we did it for the library and the school when they went on the ballot, where basically the council gives a positive recommendation that we suggest voters approve the bond or something to that effect. And so I would like to work with maybe the chair and Tom to bring to second read some language for council consideration. Again, you don't have to support it. Last time we did it, it was a separate question because people didn't feel comfortable putting language like that. But I mean, I think it's something we should deliberate. So if that's okay, I would like to bring something like that forward.
Certainly, I'd be happy to work with you on that. Other council discussion? Yeah, Karen.
So first, I want to reiterate what John said. I just want to thank all the volunteers, Larry included, now sitting next to me. I was the liaison to the community center committee, but I don't think that compares to what this committee did and the amount of lift and the time and effort that everyone put into it. But not all recommendations are followed. And so despite, how much effort and time and research and effort that goes into those recommendations, I just kind of want to say that just because a council is given a recommendation, we are not obliged to follow it. And we have not always followed recommendations coming out of committees and things like that. I will say for me, the school board committee meeting was very eye-opening because it went on for over 2 hours, the discussion. And so I think I struggle with that because, part of our job is, and I think part of this whole idea is we want to have a product that's going to pass. And so we need a new school. We have some issues in this town. I'm concerned that this large number is very close to the large number we had before. I know it's a new project, totally different idea, but it's another big number. And I'm concerned that Scarborough taxpayers don't like, and voters don't like big numbers. And so one of the things that I heard in the school board meeting was that, or from the committee, was that as the support for the neighborhood schools decreased, as the costs continue to go up. And so I'm not quite sure, while I understand we had the recommendation coming that we want neighborhood schools, I am concerned about the financial implications or the unknown financial implications of continuing the 3 schools, specifically with the school budget going forward every year. I know every year I think we've been lucky that we haven't been turned down and that it has passed consistently, but that is one of the big concerns that I have generally is keeping the 3 schools, the actual cost behind that, and the implications of the long-term effect. I really want to have something that passed. I was just asking about the school board member, Alyssa Peterson, who specifically, I believe, asked to divide it out. This is just my personal opinion. I think smaller numbers are going to pass for me. My kids are through the small through the primary schools, where I think for me right now, the middle school, I mean, I was screaming when my kid went into 6th grade, just ask Diane, I was not very happy about that situation. And so I'm concerned that with this huge project all balled up into one, you're gonna have folks like me who are going, I don't want a project for 130, 140 million when this doesn't affect me, this is too big, or I'm really concerned about the middle school thing. I am supporting this, moving this forward. I just really am expressing my concern about community, people supporting it at the ballot with such a big number. And again, thank you to all the volunteers and all the time and effort. I think you guys worked really hard with a difficult situation. And so, you know, I want this to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Other council comments? Yeah, Council Kane.
I would not be sitting here tonight if it wasn't for the productivity and camaraderie and respect that came out of that school committee. It really showed me that there was a way forward with local government, and you could work towards a common goal with lots of disagreement. So I just want to say thanks for everybody that served on that committee. We had incredible input from the consultants at Harriman and from the school staff that was on the committee, as well as Bill and April, who were the liaisons to it. So that's kind of an aside. I do have concern with splitting it. Well, if we were to choose to split it in another way, particularly putting the middle school first, the primary schools are where the need is the soonest, meaning that those kids are already born and they're going to be in the primary schools within a few years. The middle school is where that population or enrollment increase hits last. So I think we designed this split in the question to be that I would hope that both aspects would pass. The surveying we did indicate a strong preference for not deferring any of the work, and that's part of what went into our decision. But I would just have, I guess, some concern that, or I guess we could, if it were to fail, we have the longest time available to us to pivot on the middle school. And understand that the 129 question does do the improvements to the middle school, including expanding the cafeteria, eliminating the portables. And so there's a lot of improvement at the middle school under the initial question. The second part of that is to add a second story. And if that piece failed, we would have roughly, depending on how you want to dictate the start of the project, would have 5 years maybe to, first of all, be better informed on the modeling about the future enrollment. We'd have more data on that. And we would also have some time to figure out solutions, which could easily include adding the additional space for that enrollment increase. And I do understand and appreciate that if we wait, that will absolutely cost more money than it will today if we approve it. But so obviously in favor of moving it forward, and I like the original way we split the question coming out of committee.
Thank you, Larry. And I just want to thank you for stating all of that so articulately as someone who was not an elected official, who participated on the committee, who is a content area expert in the work that committee did. You just laid that out very beautifully. So thank you for doing that. Other council discussion on this? Yeah, Councilor Fellows.
Thanks. I'll add myself to the pile and thanking the committee for all the work on this. That's a lot of people to have in any group. And I know there was a lot of blood, sweat, and tears that went into it. And you know, just stepping back, on the topic of the question of consolidated versus neighborhood schools. I know even in my household, that's been a topic of some lively conversation. And you know, I think I personally would probably gravitate more toward the consolidated solution. But I respect the work that the committee did, and I'm not naive to the political realities of the electorate in terms of spending money and not liking big scary numbers, regardless of how much everyone says they want to support the schools. So I don't want to let perfect be the enemy of the good. In terms of, the question of whether to split it or not, I appreciate the way Larry sort of laid it out and articulated it, and I think I would support the way that was recommended by SBEC. Thank you.
Thank you. Other council comment? Councilor Donovan.
Yeah, the two proposals that were before the committee at the final vote were both really good proposals, have been worked out. I favored the consolidated because I sort of recognize the superintendent's belief that it would represent a better educational system and performance. And so I went, but that didn't make me at all reluctant to support the neighborhood school, because that got tremendous support from the community and was at a price that solved 90% of the problems at the $129 million figure. So I was quite happy to go with that. My goal and serving as the liaison of the committee was try and get us to a point where we present something to voters that will succeed. It's the number one issue in the town right now, is solve our school overcrowding problem. And the 129 million had a better chance of doing it than the 139 million. If people think, gee, the need for that additional expansion of the middle school, it's not that far away and it's going to cost more, I'm going to vote for that too. Well, God bless them. I'm going to vote for it too. So I think a lot of people will. We may get both, but at least we've given the best opportunity to get 90+% of the school issues solved by splitting the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Other council comment? You're all set. I will just quickly say, everyone in the room just watched me put all of my political chips on the table for this project. And so I will be supporting this full and really asking the community to also join me in support of this project. And so with that, seeing no other comment, I will go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Thank you. I'll show that as 6-1. Order number 25-073, first reading and schedule a public hearing and second reading on the order authorizing issuance of up to $10 million in additional bonds of the town to fund the cost of expansion to the middle school to accommodate expected additional enrollment, and to place the following question on the November 4th, 2025 municipal ballot. Shall the order entitled, "In the event that the referendum question number 1 receives a favorable vote, order authorizing the issuance of up to $10 million in general obligation bonds of the town of Scarborough to fund the cost of the expansion to the middle school to accommodate expected additional enrollment," be approved. This, obviously, we've teed this up now at this point. Larry did a great job explaining the difference between the larger ask versus this secondary ask. And so at this time, I will open it up to public comment if there's anyone wishing to make public comment on this item.
Hello again, Allison Bristol, 6 Bayview Avenue. Not on this agenda item per se, but two points I want to make regarding the 129. I did not take, shockingly, a deep dive into this entire school process. I kind of looked at it, on the surface, but didn't get into the nitty-gritty. Really appreciate the work that was done by the committee. It was thoughtful, and I don't think any stone went unturned. So just as kind of general public who's now going to be looking at this and considering it, I think the town kept its promise. I think this is what people are going to look at. That what was said was, we're shooting for something between 70 and 130 million. I think if you had gone to 139, people would have pushed back. But I think there is a great chance that people will look at this and say, okay, it's what they told us. No surprise it came to at the top of the number, but you kept your promise. So I think that that's going to be a win. The other point that I wanted to make and about Counselor Anderson's comments, and forgive me if I misunderstood you, about framing it in a way that the council supports. So many times when referendums are up for vote, I've heard this body say, let the public decide. So when the council then turns around and it is endorsing something, and I suppose you have the right to do that, but I think that if you vote to put this on the ballot, you should let it go and let the public decide. Because I know there was a lot of lobbying the last time around with the school, and it was very off-putting. And we talk a lot about community values and kind of the sense was if you don't support this, you don't have values. So I would encourage just put it on the ballot, straight language, and not get into having the council endorse it. I can understand if the school board endorses it, but let the people decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison.
Hi, Marvin Gates, 423 Black Point Road. I did follow this closely. I think I attended, if not all, almost all, and maybe all of the meetings, either virtually or in person. I commented at several of them. And speaking of putting political chips all in, and paraphrasing / butchering Councillor Fellows' expression about the don't let the perfect get in the way of something else. I would say don't let the responsible get in the way of the politically expedient decision here. And I don't know what the answer is, but if the 129 million, which I applaud, it's under the 130, that's my benchmark. I'll be voting for that. I won't be voting for the 10 million because it was below 130 is what this is supposed to fall. But if you think it would make the 129 million pass, have a better chance of passing to include the 10 million on top to give somebody the chance to say no, then I would do it. If you thought it was a better chance to pass the 129 by keeping the 10 million off, which is my understanding of what this is about, I would do that. And hopefully that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to make public comment? I know we had one hand raised. And so if you could unmute yourself and please state your name and address for the public record, and we'll be able to hear you.
Hello, Matthew Keith here, 8 Pleasant Ave. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, Matthew. Hi.
Awesome. I just got home and caught the vote and the conversation, and I just want to thank you all for your strong support of the work that the SBAC did and all of the compromises and hard work that went into it. I watched pretty much every minute of every public meeting, and I was just blown away at the model of a community coming together to do the hard work to find real compromises. And I just really appreciate the way that you all are coming together to support it. So thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment?
Thank you. Leroy Crockett, 17 Imperial Lane. I was on the committee, and like Larry said, we spent a lot of time going back and forth. I think with Bill's comment, basically all of us were looking at the consolidated school as the best option to start out with. It made all the needs. It gave us the technology. It gave us the space. It took care of a lot of the teachers' concerns and things like that, but it isn't what the public wanted. So we were very diligent in doing exactly what the public told us to do. making sure we covered those bases and making sure we stayed under 130 million. So I think putting it this way and taking the other 10 and putting that out there as a secondary vote, people hopefully will vote for this and, like we said, address 90% of the problems in the schools. And hopefully we can get the Wentworth one put in there as well. But that's where we spent so much of our time, was just making sure the public understood that we were listening to them, and we will be listening to them, and we will be giving them information on a regular basis and trying to listen to everything that they have to say going forward.
Thank you. Sorry. Any other public comment on this? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Council discussion? Right. I would just, before we wrap up this whole conversation, I just want to thank the Harriman team who literally answered every single question that 40 people could generate, I think. The professionalism, the preparedness, the willingness to work with such a big and diverse group never shook for a single second from their dedication. I know that there was some original apprehension about rehiring Harriman. We heard that when we went into the interview process. And I can say with 100% certainty that we made the right decision. And so thank you very much for your work. And then not to be missed, Dr. Neto, I want to thank you for your leadership. It was all of that work on top of your regular commitments. And I know that shouldering that and also dealing with constituents who are parents, who are not parents, who maybe have different interactions and relationships with you, also balancing that with the needs of your staff and always putting our kids first. And so thank you very much for your leadership. Is there any other council comment? Larry?
I just wanted to comment quick on a couple of the feedback we just got. I did like splitting the question also because this is a huge, heavy lift for the town. And I think it at least empowered the voters in a way that they could have a choice on a piece of this. So that was important to me. I also, one of the things that gets lost a little bit in the comparisons and all is that 2 years ago, the town overwhelmingly voted down $160-odd project, which today's dollars, I would guess, would be 170, and we are bringing in a project at 130. So it's or 140, depending on how it goes. So it's a $30 to $40 million difference over the project that was done a couple of years ago. And my last thing is when we talk about affordable housing for seniors, for the seniors of Scarborough, one of the most difficult things that makes things unaffordable for them is tax increases. And I'd like us to contemplate and maybe think about a way to mitigate the impact to seniors on this particular project. I honestly don't know the mechanisms for that, but I think it should be top of mind to find a way, particularly in those early years when the tax impact is the greatest. Thanks.
Thank you, Larry. Yeah, John.
Yeah, I just want to thank again the committee leadership, specifically Larry and Charlie as well, for leading the committee through what they did. Again, I think your leadership was absolutely critical and instrumental in the success of that committee operating, and that is not an easy task. So while Charlie's not here tonight,
That's why I didn't thank him.
yeah, we need to thank him by name. And I just want to piggyback on your comment too of Dr. Nadeau, because what is super critical for this is consistent, calm leadership at our schools. And I think Scarborough is so incredibly lucky to have Dr. Nadeau as our superintendent. I was impressed by you when we did the first project because you really stepped up and really took leadership when we did it the first time. And you've impressed me even more in your leadership that you've taken this time. And it was a little bit missing the first time around. And I just am so appreciative that we have you as a leader in our community. So thank you.
Joking aside, obviously it's getting late, and when you start name dropping, you run the risk of leaving out important people. And so Charlie, wherever you are, hopefully enjoying your summer evening and not traveling for work in some crummy hotel, which is probably more likely. I admired your leadership, your sense of humor, your ability to lead us all. And so I am also very appreciative to Charlie. And then I will also give a little bit of credit to the town manager here who attended every single meeting, who helped to guide us and answer our municipal related questions and really drove the work on trying to find a site. And although that didn't end up coming to fruition, Tom, you are an invaluable resource to this community in that way. And, you know, I really appreciate you helping us and guiding us with that as well. So now I apologize if there are other people that I should thank that I have forgotten. With that, I will go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? I show that as 6-1. Thank you. Order number 25-075 is act on the request from the Transportation Committee to accept the transportation assessment as presented on April 16th, 2025. Welcome, Angela.
Hello there. Yep, just give me a second. Yep.
While Angela's getting set, I'll just make some reference. What was included in the packet is an excerpt from the overall assessment document. So it's really kind of the meat of it, if you will. We did provide a link to the full assessment on the cover sheet. And of course, there's a webpage dedicated to this project as well.
I'm not sure if it's what's going on there. Uh-huh. I think maybe it's just a large file. It's just a little delayed. Well, I think you can see a majority of it. I am Angela Blanchett. I'm the town engineer. Here tonight, actually representing or speaking for on behalf of the Transportation Committee, and we have 3 holdouts. One's a little distracted. I will mention, I think we have the rest of the committee online. So just wanted to point out the real support that's surrounding this. It speaks to the fact that it's after 9 and they're sticking in there. So I appreciate that and the support that they provided. So tonight, it's really requesting that the town council accept the town-wide transportation assessment. So I'm going to go through a few slides as quickly as possible. Although I think this is, there we go. Just want to give you a little bit of background, some timeline, and really the guiding principles around it. And a lot of it we talked through at our workshop with council back in December. But really the background really stems from our original, I call the original transportation study that was completed in 2005. So we had a 20-year plan. Here we are again, kind of updating that. Obviously, a lot has happened throughout town and development patterns and traffic patterns and all of the above. So there's been quite a few specific studies around town that instead of duplicating, we kind of tried to roll in some of that information in the thought process that this would progress what we're looking at rather than just regurgitating kind of thing. We used the information we had, but didn't actually fold that specifically in. It's all pieces that we're kind of using moving forward. And really the goal that we got from council was really wanting to come out with something that we can start implementing and look at in a long-term our long-range CIPs. And so we start looking out, which is already even in draft form. I will say, I did the exercise of Connect 2050, which is a PACS process. And so using this information, I was able to do our applications for Scarborough and putting in, I believe I put in 14 projects looking out into 2050. So it really kind of helps. Obviously, things change. They will change, but trying to look out as far as what is the need coming from Scarborough, and that's why regionally they want to see what that demand is that's coming, and our requests as we start looking for partners in some of our transportation needs. So Town Council authorized this study back in July of 23. From then, we did some public process. We got a lot of feedback in an open house that I think was successful. We have worked closely with our consultants, Barton LaJudas and T.Y. Lin. And as we kind of developed pieces, the sounding board for that was the Transportation Committee. So we were able to go back and forth and develop that draft, which the final draft was completed in October. And that's when we developed materials to come in front of council in December. I think it was important to note that that was a draft so that there's opportunity for the public to speak to that and council to speak to that. We did hear some comments from council out of that workshop. It also allowed us to do our online platform for getting additional comments from the public. And all of that, again, we went back and forth, staff working with the Transportation Committee, seeing here's what we're hearing for feedback. We got quite a bit of feedback on the online. I would say, I think that's a successful process, because people can sit in there doing it at midnight or, or 6 in the morning, whenever they want to make comments. I think that came out pretty well. With that, it was a lot of correlation to try to incorporate that back into the draft document. So that's where that delay has kind of happened, to bring it back to you. It is the same document. It covers the same guiding principles. There was some nuances that got tweaked from the public process. So the guiding principles are encourage connectivity, to implement our complete street strategies, prioritize safety, create multimodal networks, and meet the transportation demands. I think there's probably nothing surprising in here. Obviously, there's a lot to unravel underneath each of those, which again, as Tom mentioned, it has been posted online on our town website for anyone to kind of dig down through. And then here's basically the components of the assessment. We looked at bike and ped mobility, safety, and connectivity, the vehicular safety and vehicular mobility. I think it was important for the Transportation Committee to kind of separate that out and looking at, okay, let's look at safety for bike and ped and also look at safety or mobility for vehicles, because sometimes just looking at different strategies can look at it differently, even though when we pull it all together, it's a complete street. I think it's important to kind of identify where those, where there's missing pieces or obstructions. It was kind of helpful to really hyper-focus in each of those chapters on that specific element. And then access management and network connectivity was another key component. And then lastly, there is a section on reimagining Higas Parkway. We walked through that at the workshop. It really is just a kind of visionary concept right now. We have been in discussions with DOT because that is a limited access highway. And so it would take some partnering with DOT. So it is a long range type of planning process, but that's where we need to start, is kind of start implementing this into studies so we can start working in that way. The big conclusions probably aren't surprising either. This is just 4 items that came out as kind of the highest priority for corrective actions. This is where we looked at high crash locations in town, So I'm sure for all of you that drive through Scarborough, these are not surprising. The intersection of Route 1 at Broad Turn, the intersection of Route 1 in Dunstan, I think it came up earlier, that's on DOT's radar. They actually require developers to pay into a safety fund to work on Dunstan Ave at Route 1, which they have a handful throughout the state. That's one of them. I also always know when we have conversations about traffic safety, Payne at Cummings is one of the highest crash numbers in the region. It is a big deal. It's also a hard nut to crack, kind of like our Oak Hill. So we do have some challenges in town, but it's always good to highlight when we start talking about where do we focus our energy. I think that's a pretty big deal when you see the numbers coming out of that. And then obviously the segment on Payne Road from Higas to Gorham Road, everyone has seen that transformation, and it's only going to continue and really needs to be a focus for the town moving forward on how we emphasize improvements on that corridor. So I went through extremely quickly, knowing that we are so late, and knowing we were the last on the agenda. So I don't want to cut anybody short, and there's lots of information behind all of this. There's a 200-page study online that talks through all of this. And as I said, the Transportation Committee has been a huge asset in kind of providing that energy and enthusiasm around this. And so I am happy to answer any questions you would like.
Thank you very much, Angela. Does anyone have questions for Angela? No, I think you're all set. Thank you very much.
Did I hit everything?
The Transportation Committee is giving thumbs up from the audience. Is there anyone wishing to make public comment on this item? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Council discussion. Councilor Anderson.
So we just gave tons of love to SBAC. So I want to give tons of love to the Transportation Committee, which is arguably the best committee in town. So thank you everybody for your work on this, and also big shout out to Angela and Autumn. One of the challenges with this project was we essentially ran out of consultant time, and so what's kind of deferred things is Angela and Autumn, on top of all the zillion other things that they do, had to get this to the finish line. And so just very grateful for our staff for the great work that they do. I'm super excited because, again, a lot of the things we hear when we hear concerns about growth is about transportation and traffic. And what this study gives us, I think, is the beginnings of a roadmap. And as Angela mentioned, a CIP that will help us prioritize how we're going to do this. One of the challenges that we often talk about when it comes to traffic and transportation, as Angela kind of alluded to, is a lot of it depends on regional partners, other funding sources, DOT cooperation. So it's definitely not a quick process, but we could make it quicker if we want to invest, right? Like that's the choice that we as a council can make as we go forward. Like if we want to put the money, if we want to go to bond, if we don't want to wait, I'm sure there are things we could do. Again, there's a con to that in terms of what that means to our tax rate. But if people are really concerned about traffic as a result of our growth, then we need to start investing in our traffic infrastructure, and we can't continue to wait for others to get on board, which may mean we may want to do some big CIPs in the future. So I'm not saying we're going to do that now, but like as we work through the budgets going forward, you know, that's something we need to really contemplate, is how long do we want to wait? Because sometimes we may wait and nothing may get done if we're waiting for too long. So again, I just want to thank staff and the committee for all of their great work on this. Again, a great process. I can't wait for the vulnerability assessment to be complete, because I think once we have that, we have all the tools really at our disposal that our community is asking for us to figure out how do we prioritize things to address the concerns with growth. We have open space, we have this. I think vulnerability is kind of the last cog in the wheel that's going to give us the full picture of how we need to kind of consider all of these moving parts and make sure that we're being planful to address growth.
Great. Thank you, John. Any other council discussion? Councilor Fellows.
Thanks. I also want to thank the committee, both those who stayed here in the room this long and those who are online. And, you know, this is a good example, kind of dovetailing a little bit with what Councilor Anderson said. It's a good example of how it sort of plays into some of the discussions that have been going on over the last couple of days and certainly leading up to that. Because as part of these conversations around growth, we hear questions like, has anybody looked at this? Does anybody know? Is there a plan for that? Some of those I think are rhetorical questions. Some of them are people who really want the answers, and they may feel, because they may not have visibility on what's going on, that no one's really thinking about it, and that it, just going back to that unfettered theme, that it's just the Wild West. But I think it's important for people to know that this work is going on. And to also echo John, I mean, I think this is, you know, if we're going to be pausing on growth, which again, we can't permanently stop. This is where, this is one of the arenas where there's going to have to be some hard work and some tough decisions. Because again, we hear, well, we can't do more of this or that until we've addressed infrastructure, which includes the roadways and traffic. So this is really helpful in that regard. And I think, you know, where the rubber is going to hit the road, literally and figuratively, is thinking about how these things translate into investment and policy. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Any other council comment? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor? I show that is unanimous. Thank you all so much, and thank you for hanging with us for so late. Order number 25-076 is act on the request from the council chair regarding council committee liaison appointments. This is coming from me. These are Larry's new committee assignments. I don't know, Liam, if you can just pop them up on the screen so that we have public visibility to them. Essentially, Councillor Kane will be largely filling the spots that our departing councillor was holding. He has also graciously agreed to be the Communications and Community Engagement Committee Chair. I have watched him work on the Building Committee, and I have all the faith in the world that he will really excel on that committee. And so thank you for agreeing to jump right in and chair one of our most important committees. So thank you for doing that. Also filling a role on finance. Thank goodness I don't have to go to that. And I do like that committee. I'm joking. And then also filling a role on rules and policy. Liaison roles, Board of Assessment Review, which you and I did not discuss prior to this. It's perfect. See, he's all over it. He already knows. Chamber of Commerce, which I think you'll love. Community Services Advisory Board, as well as EcoMaine. The last appointment on the bottom of the list is a committee that Dawn was holding, and I spoke to Councillor Fellows about it, who graciously agreed to fill that role. However, staff largely fills that role for us and represents us at the council level. And so really Corey would only be required if for some reason staff wanted a council member to be there. So with that, is there anyone wishing to make public comment on this? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any council discussion? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor? Show that as unanimous. Thank you, Larry. Item 11 is non-action items. We have none. Item 12 is council member comments. Councillor Shu.
I just wanted to say that we have another 130 acres to add to our 30 by 30 goal. The Scarborough Land Trust closed on the Silver Book Preserve 2, which they actually used the bond fund earlier this year that we approved, but they finally closed recently. The big discussion was who gets to pour the sand. Big discussion. So I think that's something that we need to think about, designate who we're going to do, but it's really exciting to see such a big addition.
Thank you, Karen. That is exciting. Other council comment? Councillor Anderson.
So I'm super excited to have Larry join. I bought one of these confetti things, but because it's late and I don't want to pick it up or make staff pick it up, I'm not going to do it. But there will come a time where I may use this. So I'm going to bring it to every council meeting, or maybe to Tom's office. I don't know.
They recorded event.
Yeah.
Consider ourselves warned.
Yeah, but Larry, I'm super happy to have you on the council tonight as your first meeting. Just super impressed with your thoughtfulness and the homework that you've done to prepare for tonight. And just, I think you're gonna make an excellent counselor, and I think the town of Scarborough chose wisely when they chose you. So super looking forward to working with you over the remainder of your term.
Totally agree. Any other council comments?
Thank you very much. And I will say that I started, when I decided to run, I really started attending a lot of meetings and since the election as well. And what I've got out of that is an appreciation for how little I know.
Join
So
the
I
club.
really appreciate April just loading the agenda for tonight. But I'm thrilled to be here. The staff in town has been phenomenal. You all have been incredibly welcoming, so thank you.
Other council comment? Yeah, Scott.
Yeah, I'd like to welcome Larry too. I think he's a great asset to the board. I have one other thing. I had a constituent that, talked to me about parking at Pine Point. This woman has parked cars in the yard for years, 30, 40 years. And it helps the community because when the traffic's backed up, kids sitting in a hot car, fire trucks can't get through. So she parks in the yard. It alleviates a problem in the town, and she's actually providing a service. And now they're telling her that because of, the technicality of they have an ordinance for parking lots in town, which is really for a McDonald's or a Rite Aid or something. You have to have so many spaces and they have to have those stripes and they have to have a certain ordinance for that. But this is just totally different of that. It's a grandfather thing, something's happened in town and it helps the community. And I just think that we should back off from that. And I think, Tom should, call off the dogs. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council comment? Seeing none, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All those in favor? Show that as unanimous. Thank you, everyone.